get your life, baby. I got mine, why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, lady. Get your life. Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got mine, why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, lady. Get your life. Run up when you see me, no disguises. Keep that thing with me, cause I don't do surprises. J. Chanel, show and tell, all facts, no lies, streak. Get your life, cause I'm the type to come through with that 9 quick. Eyes on me, what you care for? Watching me, baby, care for. If you ain't a fan, where the cameras? Hide in the back with the bellboys. My circle so restricted. Hands raised like it's your religion. When I sleep, pay close attention. Fake friends out here pretending. Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got mine, why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, baby. Get your life. Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got mine, why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, baby. Get your life.
Focus there.
Watch them cause they after me like a pot of gold. I'm not for play, ask Keisha if you don't know. I'm a little bit cray-cray, approach me, you better be right. If you don't come correctly, you can catch these cans tonight. Eyes on me, what you care for? Watching me, baby, care for. If you ain't a fan, why the cameras? Hide in the back with the bellboys. My circle's so restricted. Hands raised like it's your religion. When I sleep, pay close attention. Fake friends out here pretending. Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got mine, why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, baby. Get your life.
Get your life.
Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got mine, why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, baby. Get your life.
Get your life, boo.
Good morning, good evening, good night, good afternoon, ladies and gents, guys and gals, dudes and dudettes. It's your nighttime, right time DJ Music here with another episode of the Chop Shop. Y'all see what's on the screen? Everybody's been talking about it all weekend long. I've been listening to this and that, listening to these streams, listening to that streams, and listening to just about everybody who had an opinion about this. But I decided to use my man, the amazing Lucas, as the person that I wanted to review because, a whole lot of people made some sense, but, he kind of broke it down to where we don't have to spend all day getting to the point at hand. But before we get to the amazing Lucas, I'd like to say sometimes when you say something or when you type something in someone's chat room, and it sticks with them. Here's a case of, we hear one of the loudest detractors of the Carmelo Anthony situation, i.e. by the name of Cellulite Podcast. The other day, my man Cellulite Podcast moseyed his way on over to Dennis Sperling. And I don't know if you folks know who Dennis Sperling is, but for shits and giggles right now, Dennis Sperling is a lawyer, okay? When this whole incident broke out about what young Carmelo Anthony and what he got sentenced to, everybody, it was anybody, was saying, yeah, the kid did something wrong and he should be punished for it, but 35 years is a little excessive. And I think that's what everyone was focusing on. But now that we see, even in the trial itself, questions was arising Number one, the defense didn't raise a whole lot of objections. A lot of folks talked about the jury selection, and a lot of folks talked about this mysterious video that no one was able to see, grainy, this and that. So I guess you folks know on Juneteenth, some question why this video was released or leaked on Juneteenth. I really don't know. Could it be coincidence? I don't know. But either way, we got the video. So that sparked up a whole new set of talking points. Hey, there's Zahara. How you doing? Hey there, Candy Cane Lane. How y'all ladies doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Good to see both of you. And for those of you that's hanging out in the clouds, thank y'all so very much for hanging out. But you know, it's invoked a whole new rounds of conversation. And as they say down here in the South, some people had to eat some crow. When I did my first piece on this Carmelo Anthony situation, I was one of those ones that says that, you know, that the kid did something wrong and he should be punished for that. But I didn't have all the facts, and I left it at that. I said, let the appeal process go through, and let's see what goes on from there. Sooner or later, all the pieces of the puzzle will come together. And some of the pieces of the puzzle now are starting to come together with the video. A whole lot of folks said that Carmelo Anthony was unprovoked. Well, it depends on how you looked at the video and how you reported it. And some people will say that's not correct. You know, there's a whole lot more folks saying that the idea that Carmelo Anthony was the aggressor in the situation was incorrect. A whole lot of folks have due to that. That's grounds for what we're now seeing. That's ground for an immediate, grounds for appeal. Some say that. I'm not a lawyer. All I say is we have to just follow the judicial process as it goes through, and hope that in this round of this judicial process that the Carmelo Anthony gets justice. I said that the kid should be punished based on what I knew. Now, based on what I saw, I'm going to retract my statement. And the reason why I retract my statement, and the reason why I typed this in your chat room cell, and then you had to go run to Dennis Sperling to see, that everybody was saying that Carmelo Anthony should have just walked away. One statement that negated all of that in Texas, Cellulite Podcast, and anybody else that was over there, and anybody else, Carmelo Anthony did not have a duty to retreat. That is Texas law. Y'all remember that conversation that we had, Cellulite? That your wife went and tried to tell me that say that I was wrong about that, and then she even described to you the differences between the stand your ground. One is a hard stand your ground, and one is a soft stand your ground. 39 states have adopted the hard stand your ground, while 11 haven't, or vice versa, something to that effect. So you didn't take my word for it. So you had to go to, some people call this man an ambulance chaser. Some people say that, I got to give context to this. Some people say that he was a grifter because of the Kevin Samuels situation. I don't know the man like that. I've watched this Dennis Sperling a few times, and everything that comes out of his mouth, I disagree with. But like my old saying goes, even the sun shine on the dog ass if you hold it up high enough. So, Sal, this is one time that I agree with Dennis Sperling, because you went over there with the very same, it wasn't an argument, it was a statement that I made that has stuck with you so much that you had to go onto that man's platform and frame it as an argument. And clearly it was a statement. Now you can go back into your chat room if you haven't put it behind a paywall or deleted it, and you can pull up that comment. So let me take this off the screen, and let's take you over here. Let's do this first before we get into the amazing Lucas and get to the meat of our story here. Just 1 second there, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everybody had a great weekend. For all the fathers out there and the stepdaddies and the soon-to-be daddies, hope y'all had a great weekend. Mamas, hanging out with your mamas and your children's. As they say, you know, it went to tears. Hold on, take that off the screen. No, Sel, this is you and Dennis Sperling. Let's go.
Do you have, sir?
Not so much as criticism, more so just handing out flowers and questions, if that's okay.
Of course. Thank you, sir.
So,
Yes, sir.
first, shout out to you, Mr. Dennis Sperling. I appreciate you for all of the content that you've been doing over the years and everything that you've been doing as far as this conversation, really just trying to have a logical, bring a logical perspective to it rather than the emotional.
Yeah.
I do have a few questions for you, though, because when this case first popped off last year, I pretty much told everybody that maybe y'all should wait until all the facts come out before we start drawing conclusions on it. But of course, people couldn't wait. But I've been in a few heated debates over this particular subject, and I just want to make sure that I got a correct understanding of how 9.31 and 9.32 works in Texas, if that's possible.
Okay.
So from my understanding, you cannot issue deadly force in response to non-deadly force. Is that correct?
Well, I would say the 9.31, my reading of that gives you the right to self-defense.
Okay.
And 9.32, I get 9.32, whatever, it says that if you already had the right to use self-defense, the self-defense already arose, then you can use deadly force to match deadly force. That's basically how it should be. That's for the layman. That's just.
Okay, that was for the layman. What's up there, Chopper BMW? How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. That video is so shitty and hard to see. I think I know less after watching it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think I understand what you mean there, Chopped, but we're gonna continue with it. You're right.
The basic understanding. I have the right to defend myself already under this one statute and subsection. And now I have.
You understand what he just said, Sal. If you're in the clouds, you understand what he said. You in Texas, you have the right to defend yourself. So that part is covered already. That's coming from a lawyer. And he's talking to you and me and anyone else as if they are laymen. Yeah, we're going to get to that, Chop. Oh, we're going to get to that, sir. We're going to get to that.
Have the right to use deadly force under this subsection if the situation arises. That's basically what that's saying.
Okay, so from what the position that was being countered to me is that Texas is a stand your ground state and that you do not have a duty to retreat. And
yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Okay, so from my understanding.
Okay, so those were the exact words that I put in your chat in caps. Those were the exact words that I put in caps. Now, a lawyer just told you that. You're not going to believe him?
The position that was being countered to me is that Texas is a stand your ground state and that you do not have a duty to retreat. And
that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Did you hear that, Sal? That is exactly right. Full stop. So for all of you going around now saying that, this is a lawyer. To me, once that's a lawyer or any other person acknowledged that statement to me, how did we get to it wasn't self-defense anymore? So since he didn't have a duty to retreat. And although you're right, Chopper, although the footage is grainy, it's grainy for purpose. But we've all watched cartoons. We've all watched TV at some point in time to where you couldn't quite make out what was the people that was on the screen, but you could still understand what was going on. The figures don't lie. You might not have been able to see the faces, but the actions themselves don't lie. I want y'all to imagine this as you're in the military and it's night and you have what they call FLIR, forward-looking observation. It gives you not the actual image, but it gives you an outline. That's how everyone should have been looking at that video, not whether you could see faces. because it's obvious that you couldn't. But look at the figures and how the figures move. You clearly see, and this is why I say this kid should have never been charged. Because if you look at it in its entirety and look at it in its simplest form, you clearly see there's one person sitting down and two figures moving toward them, regardless of who those two figures are, whether it's the Metcalf twins or whether it's somebody else. Common sense going to tell me that since I've watched videos that's been grainy, not to look at for faces, not to look at colors, but to look at the overall shape of what's going on. And the overall shape of what's going on tells me that there was someone sitting down, there was other people around the person that was sitting down, and there was two people that were standing up, coming in the direction of the people that were sitting on the bleachers. Can anyone argue that point? Regardless of whether you saw faces or not, you did see shadows. And if you live down in the South, if you look behind you at a certain time of day, you can see your shadow, and your shadow mimics everything you do. I know that's kind of a little strange way of putting it, but it is what it is. Hey there, ABT, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Come on in, come on in. Take a seat, take a seat. But this is Cellulite arguing the point that I put down in this chat room. Hey, HT Ball 1, how you doing, good brother? How you doing, good brother? This is him arguing the point that I put in his chat room some 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so from my understanding, from when I was reading it, and this is why I came up to ask you this question, because I wanted to make sure that I was arguing this correctly. From my understanding from reading 931 and 932, you don't have a duty to retreat, but you have to have at least an exit. In other words, let's say if me and you get into an altercation and I go to...
Okay, that's an oxymoron. Why would you need an exit if you don't have a duty to retreat? So,
issue lethal force towards you. You don't have a duty to retreat, but if you have an exit and you can take it, then you can try, but you can still throw back lethal force towards me. Am I arguing that correctly?
You don't have it. This is like New York. I think it's like New York or some of those states. You don't even have a right.
Which is one of those 11 states that are hard. You don't have a right. You don't have a right to use, and still as the other guy, the other 39 states that are soft. You do have to find an exit before you use deadly force. Texas is one of them fuck around and find out states. Florida is one of them fuck around and find out states.
To defend yourself, something crazy like that. I would never want to live in those states. No, let me break it down to you like this. If somebody comes up and hits you in the mouth in the football stands, you don't have to run away and let them hit you again before you can hit them back. You don't have to try to exit. You stand up and hit them clean in their mouth and try to knock their teeth in the back of their throat. Okay, that's what you have a right to do. That's what stand your ground means in layman's terms. And I know some people who can parse that out. Well, but we're speaking to the public, and this is the language that the public understands. Okay. Now, if somebody rolls up to you and pulls out a pistol, okay, or let's say they pull out a bat, and you pull out a gun, you don't have to try to back out of the situation before you pop them. You understand? Especially if they about to swing on you. It looks like it's imminent, it's immediate. They then cock back the Louisville Slugger, and they about to come clean across your chin with it. Okay, you can pull out that iron and give them two, or however many you need to do. Okay, that's what stand your ground means in a nutshell.
And that's the other part of the argument that I typed in your chat room, Shell, when I said, so you're going to have to wait to see what that person does to you first? That doesn't make sense. Let me wait to see if the baseball bat is going to hit me hard enough. All righty then. Thank you, ABT. And I think Char might be in the clouds too. She got a lot going on. She might drop out because if she sees me getting a little bit worked up, she'll probably drop out and say, all right, dial it back, dial it back a little bit. But so far, we're doing good here. So as far as, like I said, everything that I told you in your chat room that day is what you're up here arguing. I'm not a lawyer, never went to law school. But like he said, layman's. So I tried to speak to you in layman terms of what you and everybody else in that panel was arguing that night was wrong. Now you have a lawyer telling you this.
I know it's an oversimplification, but I want to make it simple so people can understand. You don't have to retreat. You're not obligated to run away and let them chase you. And then now I have no escape route. And now I finally use deadly force. Or I finally put my dukes up and start fighting. That's what that's saying. Okay. I hope that clarifies it. I try to, there's a legal.
So I hope that clarified it for you and your panelists, Estelle. Because it's obvious that was a sticking point for you. And you know why it was a sticking point for you? Because you knew it was hard to get past that part of it. Every argument that you was putting out after that stand your ground saying that Carmelo Anthony had a duty to retreat now falls flat. Now you'll hear a lawyer telling you this. So your argument from you and your panelists and anyone else that agrees with you now falls flat. Even the argument that I had that said that the kid should have been punished for doing something wrong by taking someone's life. And I had a conversation with someone and they enlightened me on something that I really didn't think about. There's a big difference between killing someone and murdering someone. So you used every possible chance that you could to use the word murder or murderer to describe this 17-year-old kid when it happened. You and everybody else, y'all went out of your way to disrespect this kid and his family, putting up memes, cheering on the watermelon felon, doing a whole strip about it. I downloaded that stream. I tried to download 2 of your streams, Sal. It wouldn't allow me to download one of them. But the one that I did now download, I was going to use that. But I said, you know what? I'm not even going to give you or anyone else on that panel that disrespected that family the light of day on my platform. And if you believe in chance, if you believe in shit happening, 15 minutes before I was going to go live, I ran across this. If you believe in divine intervention, 15 minutes ago, before I started this, you up here thinking that you're smart, like I told you. There's no difference between you and them niggas that I reviewed with them suits on and you. There's no difference. You got on a hat and a chain and a black shirt. They got on a tie and a suit. But y'all, talking points are exactly the same.
More legal, I would give you a client, but YouTube.
Hey, Sandy, how you doing? My bad. I forgot to mention you. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome in.
The YouTubian streets, that would be understood. But go ahead.
No, so in the crux, and thanks for that explanation. In the crux of the argument, no one has seen the video, right? And there's this discrepancy.
Okay. What video is?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put my foot in it, Sal. The video that's why I just mentioned that. The video that I tried to download was you saying that you, before that video was made public, that you had a copy of it. You screamed across the room at your wife, "Ain't that right, baby?" She acknowledged you. Yes. Do y'all know that that's a criminal act? If you had evidence to exonerate or convict Carmelo Anthony, sitting on it is a criminal act. Did you ask that lawyer that? I didn't say that. You did. You said you had that video before it was made public. You said that.
That we haven't seen.
So there's a multitude of apparently of videos that everybody keep talking about. Apparently there's a video where he's getting jumped. Apparently there's a video where he's not getting jumped. Apparently there's a video where he ran. And I'm just like, Well, one, I don't think no one's going to be able to see that video because of the, I think it's called FERPA or something like that. It's in Texas. It's like federal education.
Why do we need a video?
Good point. Again, on the lawyer side of it there, Sperling, why would we need a video? We had 19, 20, or how many ever witnesses that the prosecutor called? The problem is, where are the witnesses that the defense should have called? That's the problem that everyone's talking about. You had eyewitnesses there. The problem with eyewitnesses is some eyewitnesses can recant their statements. Some eyewitnesses can be coached. That's why video is important these days. Because we've now known cases where usually when it's dealing with, dare I use this, black folks, which by law and by all stats are the most exonerated ethnic group in this country. They also are the most convicted on eyewitness testimony. No video. That's one of the reasons why we need video. But other than that, before that, it went by your word. You was there. Y'all remember the movie My Cousin Vinny? And how he tore those eyewitnesses apart. That's what Carmelo Anthony's defense team should have been doing.
Tell us what happened.
Well, my thing is, I don't think we need to know what happened.
I'm just asking, why do we need a video? Go ahead.
I think people want the video because they want to draw a conclusion for themselves. People see it to actually justify why they feel that way.
What could supplant? What did we do before video?
By word of mouth.
Okay. Eyewitnesses, is it fair to say eyewitnesses?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
How many eyewitnesses did the prosecutors have?
If I'm not mistaken, I think out of 21, I think it was like 16 or 17.
I think it was about 9 of them actually were eyewitnesses. And how many eyewitnesses did the defense have?
So that would put them at around like 4 or 5.
Okay. And there were other people around there who were right in that area. Because remember, you talking about a tent and it's a rainstorm. So you have people huddled under the tent. It's not like Carmelo was there by himself with his friend and 4 dudes rolled up on him. They might have already been under the tent. I don't know. Okay. But the bottom line is,
now again, when we start reviewing the Amazing Lucas footage, you will see that there's harmony under that tent until these 2 grainy figures walk up. You will see that there's harmony under that tent. And remember a statement that I made that they said that one of the prosecutor's witnesses said, he said when he went into the tent, he dapped him up. And he called him by his nickname. He didn't call him Carmelo. He didn't call him Carmelo. He didn't call him by his full last name. He called him Mello. He didn't call him Anthony. He didn't call him by his full first name. He called him Mello. Usually when you call somebody by that nickname, what's that mean to y'all? That you know that person or you're familiar with that person. Usually you're very familiar with that person.
You had 9 witnesses and there was no testimony that people jumped him. You had teachers there too who were in the tent next to him.
Yeah, and coaches as well.
Teacher would have testified that he was being jumped.
Well, I'm of the belief,
and that's the problem that a lot of folks are having. There wasn't enough witnesses called that could have counteracted what some of these other that's a mouthful, of witnesses for the prosecution said on the stand. That's the problem, Sal and Lawyer Sperling. That's the problem. It's not the witnesses, it's the lack of witnesses that people are talking about.
And this is why I get a lot of pushback from people. I'm listening to the witness testimony and I summarize it like this. According to that one witness who stated that they was in the dugout and that it had stopped raining and they went to the field to start warming up. I don't see a reason for a team to go out in the field in the middle of a thunderstorm or rainstorm. So that would have that lets me know it stopped raining. Now, this was then debunked by the prosecution because he made a statement saying that he saw it, what happened in the stands, and then when the prosecution played the video, he wasn't even looking. So, from my understanding, it went like
again. Maybe I don't know if I'm completely 100% right on this, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But from what I understand, there was 2 rain delays. So, Sel, what I think you're confusing the two. I think you're confusing the first rain delay to where the kids were over in an area and some coaches went over there and told them, you can't be here. And then the second rain delay is when Carmelo Anthony actually went under the tent because he knew he couldn't go back to the area that he was at before. Somebody, if I'm wrong with that about that statement I just made, please correct me. I don't mind being corrected, but I do believe that's some of what some folks have been saying. Okay.
it went a little something like this.
Right,
Carmelo came
down, brother. Let me slow. We keep saying this is a racial issue, but you know there were black people under the tent too, right?
Absolutely. I'm not the one.
The black people also lied on Carmelo Anthony because they're racist towards black people.
No.
I mean, I want you to picture this now. This is a track meet we talk about. We're not talking.
But you said that though, Sel. You said that any of those black people that was under the tent, the only reason that you would be saying something that Carmelo Anthony was not the aggressor is because he's black. And y'all giving cover for that. There I used the word that you said. I got a pretty good memory. So, and yes, you did say that. Yes, you did say that.
We're not talking about badminton. We're not talking about, you know, what's this stuff? This is not a golf session. We're talking about track.
Right.
Who normally is out there running a 100-yard sprint?
Black people.
Okay, so there were black people on the track. There were black parents. There were black athletes. There were black coaches out there. Are we saying that all these black people who are also sprinkled in this mix, also huddled under the tent, they are all conspired against Carmelo Anthony? And they let me finish. And they are all withholding the information that he was jumped by 4 people.
No, that's me and you agree on that point, right? It's just the opposite side.
Again, it's not the fact of that. What you guys keep missing, and what this seems to me that this lawyer is trying to get away from, is the fact that it's the lack of witnesses. No one is saying that there's always going to be, there's 2 sides to every story. But what I think what the general public is saying now, that there's witnesses out there that could substantiate, whether you believe the video is grainy or not, that could substantiate that Carmelo Anthony was not the aggressor. That's what he and everyone else is saying. That's what it is. So y'all can argue this point back and forth about, yeah, I agree with you, but you're both still, and not right now from what people have seen, you're not in the majority. Even our palm-colored brothers don't agree with nothing y'all saying right now.
That point is people saying that these people, like, of course, throughout the history of America, yes, people have been lying in their testimony. But my thing is this, though: for what purpose? For what reason? I don't understand why people would say that, oh, they're withholding evidence or they're lying in their testimony. That doesn't make any sense. They saw what they saw. They said what they said. Simple as that. I don't think
in the state of Texas, if you lie under oath, or in an official capacity, you could go to prison for that.
Absolutely.
So I want, and this is not necessarily for you. This is for all the people in public. So if any of those witnesses lied under oath, they could be severely punished for that. In matter of fact, in some cities, if you lie on an affidavit and use it in an official form, that reaches the level of a felony.
Absolutely.
So nobody.
Now, see, he want to bring, since Sal brought this into historical content, you guys can't overlook the historical content of people lying on people. That's throughout history. Not only lied on black people, white folks lie on other white folks. Folks always holler about, why is it racial? It becomes racial when you make it racial. If you look at it in its contents, eyewitness testimony is not as reliable as we think it is, as we thought it was. That's why it's best now, and it's funny to me how folks can say, we don't know what happened before the video. That was the thing before. Now we have video. Now all of a sudden, we can't trust video. Which one is it?
I'm of the opinion that these people would not put their lives and their careers and their futures on the stand, okay, on the line to lie for Carmelo Anthony or for Austin Metaf. I don't think people would do that. Not 9, 10, 14, 24 people. I don't think that'll happen. So when we go back to this video where he's allegedly being jumped, my question is, why do we need a video when you got 9 people who were eyewitnesses who saw the incident happen from the beginning?
Correct.
Well, again, you can't leave out the historical content of it there, Mr. Spurley. You can't. That's why we need the video. Because there's too many people that after the real evidence came out, whether it's political, whether it's just your average day Joe that spent 49 years in jail because the right evidence finally came out. That's why we need video. That's why we need proper DNA testing. You know how many people are in jail because someone said they did it? That's why we need video. You know how many policemen have been let off the hook before video? You know how many people have policemen and other folks that have gone to jail now because of video? Yeah, that's you. What you mean that ain't you? That's not you coming out the ceiling?
And that's the position that I'm coming from. And also, I didn't like any of the arguments that I'm being. Anytime someone brings up race, I just back out of the argument because I don't believe that this case had anything to do with race. I think that people are injecting race into this.
So, brother, I'm gonna push back on that race.
So if you didn't believe that, why would you designate that kid as watermelon felon? Why would you be with all of those memes of talking about? Why would you use the N-word with impunity when you're talking about this kid? If you didn't think race was a factor, you invoked race. Every time you open up your mouth and say something about this kid, it had some racial epitaph behind it. Every time. And to chop it off, your words weren't enough. Remember how you dressed the kid down? Remember how you said the kid was going to be somebody's girlfriend? Remember all of that nastiness that you and your panelists participated in? Now, Sal, let me ask you, imagine that was your 17-year-old son. How would you feel about it? If you ask me, Sal, right now, I'm feeling kind of vindicated by somebody that I would never watch. He's nicely telling you, whoever you was arguing with, they was right. Because everything that you told me, and I heard y'all in that stream that they talking about, is everything that I was typing in that chat room. So I got under your skin that much, brother.
The great Johnny Cochran, I read his book when I was in law school, man. He said race always plays a part in things.
Everything.
And that's just the truth. It's always a part, okay? So we have to understand that, and that's why we have the law, okay? Because if it was just about race, he wouldn't have made it to the jailhouse. They'd have found the nearest tree, and they'd strung him from right then. You see, that's how they used to do it before we were protected, quote unquote, under the law. You understand? Yeah. They would break into.
And you don't have to go back and too far in the history to find that out. We can go back to 1985, and y'all find out what happened to James Byrd in Texas. James Byrd Jr. and find out what happened to him in Texas. Everybody want to invoke Emmett Till. We don't got to go that far back. Matter of fact, we can go to 2026 where some kid in Hendersonville was found hanging from a tree. Truck driver, remember that? Or if you want to do some more historical content, a movie that I like to bring to historical content, the reason why I think a whole lot of our palm-colored brothers watching it, because two of them was involved in this. Hey, Lana, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome in. Always a pleasure. Mississippi Burning. You couldn't get no more racial in the 1960s and 70s than Mississippi. In the 80s, when I graduated boot camp, and I went to my A school in Meridian, Mississippi, you talking about scared. Hey there, Tay, how you doing? You talking about scared. Being in the back of a station wagon, smelling like dog, with someone that looks like he was on the what's that show with the rednecks? Get him, Bo. Get him, Bo. That was the longest 8-mile drive in my life. Highway 80, nothing but dark road. Oh, see there? I said 85. I said 85. We're talking about 1998. Not that long ago, folks. To speak on exactly what Dennis Sperling was just saying. Right, the Dukes of Hazzard. Just a good old boy. Boss Hogg and his crew. But we all know what happened in Mississippi Burning, where the 3 civil rights workers. But even though in their zest to stop progress, they found time to say, damn, you only left me a nigger to kill. Documented. And damn near everybody that was involved in that case was law enforcement. That's why I bring it up so much. Because damn near everybody from the mayor on down to the police chief was involved in that shit. So there is historical context. So you cannot remove that. Race plays a role in everything in the United States of America. I don't give a damn how you look at it. I don't care if you're in the grocery store buying Oreos. Fuck around as you put a 6-pack of Oreos in there, somebody will look at it. Oh, you might be a swirler eating Oreos. See what I'm saying? Race plays everything.
The jailhouse, the mob of them with shotguns, and they would.
Hey, Shar, how you doing? There go my right hand right there. They were looking for you, Shar. I told them that you was out working, trying to get that money. But welcome in.
Go and they'd find a tree at the courthouse and hang you up. It would be no justice.
But I wouldn't.
I'm sorry, go ahead. We have the law now, and we're happy that the law applies. But this case is a bad case. You got a body and a murder weapon and 9 witnesses. How are you supposed to get out of that?
Well, with me personally, and I've been arguing this since last year, because I'm not saying that I'm arguing in defense of Carmelo. My thing is, you took someone's life, you got to go do that time. It's simple. But the thing is, you have to get on that witness stand. This is something I've been saying since last year. You have to. You have no other option. No one has heard from Carmelo since last year.
I'm a exercise a little discretion here. I wouldn't put my 17, 19.
Oh, my bad. It seems to me everything I said to you that night, Sel, got under your skin. Because I said that too. Why would you put a 17-year-old, 18-year-old, 19-year-old on this stand against a seasoned prosecutor? When they tell grown men, don't take the stand, sometimes that's the worst thing you could do. Y'all act like y'all do. You and those folks on your platform act like y'all was dealing with a grown-ass man, and that's the problem that I'm having. Y'all act like our children come prepared for everything. He was a boy. At the time this happened, he was a boy. Now, maybe you don't know what that is in your part of the world, but in my part of the world, he's a boy that's going to make bad decisions. And I don't know why either there, Tay. I don't know why they keep saying it's not about race. Race is enveloped in this thing. Race is the major thing about this. You was as a black person involved in this, you damned if you do and damned if you don't. If it would have been the black, if it would have been the white kid defending himself, that's how it would have went down. But since it's the black kid of diverse, he don't have the opportunity to defend himself. He should have ran away. Now that's enough for you, Sal. Again, I've proven my point with you. So let me go ahead and take you off the screen, brother. If anybody want to watch the rest of that, the link is down in the description. If you want to go over to my man Cellulite's podcast and share and subscribe, whatever you do, what you do. Hey there, Sexy Red. How you doing? Always a pleasure seeing you up in the front row. Sexy Red TV. Good to see you. Good to see you. But let's get on to the amazing Lucas. And listen, I ain't nice like Boss. That's all I'm gonna say about that. He don't hold his tongue. For all of you that have never seen the amazing Lucas, he don't hold his tongue. He got words for him. He called them Sambo soldiers. So you might hear that a little bit. Okay? But other than that, let's get to it.
Oh my goodness. So I am man enough to admit when I'm wrong, and I am wrong. The video footage of Carmelo Anthony and the event has come out, and it's clear as day that I was 100%.
Look, let me just go ahead and say it. I knew he was up to something when he said that I'm wrong. And that, I hate to say it there, but I knew them folks, that the folks that came to your chat or came to watch this upload there, Lucas, they was coming to hoping you were saying, see, I was wrong about Carmelo Anthony. Lock his ass up. Lock him up. Throw away the key. Watch this.
Wrong. Damn. And what I was wrong about is my belief in hoping that upon the facts and evidence upon this video footage being released, that these wicked and demonic people would change their minds. And sure enough, they haven't. Got him! The lineage of evil is still on Evelyn. Because it's clear as day that when you look at this video footage, that anyone saying that, oh, this proves that it was murder, is either incompetent or a racist. Those are only two options at this moment in time. Because my stance, my position, which I still hold today, is that his defense.
Okay, folks, like I said, I want you to imagine this is at nighttime, and it's forward looking, the way everything is, and not you can't see the actual people, but you can see the heat signature. Okay, so imagine looking at it like that. Now, also, I want you to look at the foreground here. I want you to look at the field. Look how clear the field is. Look how clearly you can see the number 30 and the other numbers on the field. The only time it becomes blurry is when you're trying to what? See people. Hey there, Prism. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'll drop the link now. If you, of course, I'd love to have your input. And anybody else that wants to come up and have some input on this, I don't want to dive into this subject by myself. So again, hey there, Pure Butterfly. If you guys want to come up and offer some commentary on this, let me grab the link right quick. Like I'd love to have, or anyone else that want to come up, even if you're a detractor. But let's go ahead and say this right now. Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it right. Let's keep it nice. Let's keep it civil. We can all sing together, but we can't all talk together, okay? And again, Prism, thank you so very much for supporting the stream over there. Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey there, young Reyes, how you doing? But again, I'm going to look at the field, and there's the link. Oh, there it is. there's a link for it that anyone wants to come up and join in part of the conversation. But again, I know it's kind of grainy and everything looks a little weird, but you can clearly see figures and shadows, and you can clearly see movement. Don't accent on what you see. Accent on how you're seeing it. You see movement. Let's go.
Was incompetent. And it was either incompetent or they were in on it together, where they very much threw him under the bus because they wanted a guilty verdict. That's what it was. And there are other attorneys who have admitted such when it comes to, hey, he should have rebutted this when the prosecution was saying this, that the defense was just sleeping. When it comes to the video footage proves everything that I have been saying, proves everything that, that other people have been saying, which is who is the aggressor? Austin Metaf. We see this in the video.
We see that in the video. And why do we see that in the video? Because before those two shadows walked up, everybody was, and then I use the word, just chatting in a kumbaya, hanging out, waiting for the rain to finish. There was no anarchy going on. There was no chaos going on. There was none of that going on until what?
Video footage. I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is. Now you can try and play mental gymnastics and say, oh, he wasn't aggressive, but he clear as day was. Carmelo Anthony was sitting with these people for quite some time. The only time that any type of disruption erupts was the existence of Carmelo Anthony didn't, poke anybody during that time that he was called over there to sit down under the canopy. Nothing happened. There was no fights. Everybody was chilling and sitting down and talking. That's what it showed. Now, it was only until Austin Metaf got over there that an issue started to arise. And
welcome to the show there, Prism. How you doing? Let me say hello to Doula72. Here we go. And someone down in the chat. Well, I'm not gonna let you do what you do there. But welcome to the show, Prism. What you got for me so far?
Hey, I just wanted to give the information that you and I have been talking about because it's really late and I'm getting tired.
Okay, go right ahead.
I don't want to get into, like we've talked about, adjudicating this case because really, honestly, I have my opinion. I'm probably not going to give too much of my opinion online.
Sure, that's fair.
And there's a lot of reasons why.
That's fair.
But you and I have already had in-depth conversations.
Right. We've talked about it. Right.
Right.
So no problem. No, there's no sense in telling the world what we talked about behind the scenes. You're absolutely right.
So what I have noticed, and it's kind of been a little bothersome for me, that out of all the attorneys and all of the wisdom that's been going on concerning this case, there has been one topic that has not been talked about.
And that is?
And that is Black people who are in the Collin County, Texas area. You do have the right to seek injunctive relief. That means getting a court order, having a larger body like the NAACP, the ACLU, basically getting involved. You would have a lawsuit you can have a lawsuit that's kind of like they're discriminating against Black people in that area. And it would really help if some of the Black people in that area who have been affected by that court system would get involved with this.
So that would be like putting together a class action suit, Prism, so to speak?
Yeah, it'd be like a legal tort against the Collin County court system. Okay. So basically, it would be that action that as many people that have been affected by their discrimination policies there, those people would get together and file against that court system. And that court system, it could be about, discrimination. It could be about the jury immunity. Like if there's a certain amount of demographics of people in the Frisco area, that Collin County, and how come that was not the representation of the people in that courtroom for that specific court case?
So let me stop. Let me ask you this. So would that be fair to say that would be one of the reasons why he could add this to the appeals? on what you just did as far as the representation of the jury?
He could, but so one of the things that has concerned me specifically is that this young man's family already has a huge battle ahead of them with the appellate court. What we need,
financial as well.
I would think so.
Yes.
I think what we need is if there are, and I see this is where things become a little sticky for me, Mr. DJ Music, because honestly, when you give out information like this, I almost wonder how many African Americans are really just using this young man in this situation for content, or are they really serious about it?
And that's a fair question, because someone did ask that. Hey there, South Passe. Someone did ask that. How many of you folks are genuine, and how many folks are just using this for content? And that's a fair question. What do you think so?
Absolutely. And I know that a lot of the people that are, if they're really serious about making sure that these type of disparities don't happen, again, within that court system. Okay, so a boycott's not going to work, guys. Okay, we're not in the day where we can sit in restaurants, like my dad was saying. We can get on a bus. We can do all these sit-ins and all this stuff. The way that African Americans fight now is we have to fight through the court system and through and which is all legal stuff, and we have to fight through voter stuff, voter registration, voting, and all those different things. And this is where, a lot of the problem is being caused of why we have the situation that we have going on right now.
Right.
So,
prime example of it, like in the last election, how many of us actually sat out?
I think that it was it close to what, 1.1 million?
All right, almost 2 million folks, almost 2 million Black folks did not vote in the last election.
Yeah. So, and that's a problem. And but we are always the ones online having an issue with what's happening right now, but we are not voting. No. We're the people who probably are having the most anger is the ones that are probably voting, watching some of the voting rights being taken away and all that. But that's here nor there. What we need to do is, if Black people are serious about this type of thing concerning Carmelo Anthony or any other person in the Collin County area, what needs to happen is they need to file for some sort of injunctive relief in the federal courts against that specific county. Okay? Yeah, you can be about racial discrimination in jury selection, discriminatory bail practice, unequal access to court services, systematic constitutional violations is where I would hit them at. Okay?
And again, like I don't want to use the term that Dennis Sperling used, but for the layman's folks, this is information that's out there, and all you got to do is go and get it.
Right.
It's
so
there.
So initially, when I came onto YouTube, I told some people that they needed to start a crime bill, and this specific troll who's a liar made it seem like I was saying that we need to have a crime bill against Black men. So we know in America that's not possible. He's just dumb. He's ignorant. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That crime bill, had we back at that time of that particular administration, that stuff right there would have stopped a lot of this stuff as far as what's going on criminally, prosecuting. This young man is not the first person. We're seeing African American women being having the same type of incidences as women of other races, and having more time placed on the books on them. Okay, so we think about what happened to Centoya Brown. And if Carmelo Anthony had been Keisha Anthony, I almost wonder what would be the response going on right now.
Well, I kind of know what the response is, because again, looking at these videos, and some people send me a lot of things sometime, and one in particular sent me a video of a elder, I won't call him I'll just use this, an older white man, and there was a pregnant young girl in a restaurant. I think they were in a coffee shop or something like that, and he was literally beating the snot out of her. No one stopped him.
Yeah, it's let me say this. With all that's going on with the issue that you and I talked about the other day concerning the Manosphere author Delano Squires, I think that we need to start taking very seriously. Black women need to start taking things seriously about what's going on in America. And I don't think that a lot of these women in the spaces have thought about this stuff like, oh, it's just content. You know, we want to build community. We want to build this. We want to build that. Well,
you can't build I mean, it's I can understand. I'll say it like this. Yeah, okay. The internet is a good place, but once you turn your computer off, where's the community at?
It's in your real area.
Okay,
that's the real community.
That's the real community.
There. Let me say this. Like I said, you and I have had these conversations already, and my whole goal was that if Black people are really serious and they're really moved and hurt by what happened to Carmelo Anthony, put up or shut up. Go file that injunctive relief.
And that's it. That's the key to it. Put up or shut up. That's just plain and simple. Put up or shut up.
If you really care about Black kids, boys and girls, file an injunctive relief against that county. Because I haven't heard one attorney online talk about this.
I was about to bring that up. Yep. I was about to bring it up because you and I was having that conversation too. All these prominent learned attorneys out there. Just imagine if one of them took this case pro bono. What would that do for them? Prism, what you think?
Well, then let me say this. I don't think any of the African-American attorneys online are going to take this case. See, especially not a lot of these manosphere ones, because, you know, Dennis Sperling lives right there in the Texas area. Okay. And he had the ability that if he wanted to assist, but he's more hungry about money. So the first thing he's going to say, I need to feed my family. And I understand that. But so don't have an opinion on something where you're not going to step up as a Black man, especially when you have Black children who are boys who are going to grow up in this environment. Okay. Put up or shut up.
Right.
So I'm concerned about the fact, you know, Benjamin Crump is rich. He has money. I'm concerned because I can tell you, my daddy said people like Johnny Cochran and some of the Black attorneys of that time,
they would have already stepped up. No hesitation.
Would have went there for that young Black man.
That's right. He'd have been there that day. Absolutely.
Right.
The day that Carmelo Anthony was taken into custody, Johnny Cochran would have been there. And we all know that. Absolutely.
Absolutely. And I mean, and then to have, you know, like I said, I didn't really want to get into it, but there's no doubt about it that when it comes to his attorney, that he was very
inadequate.
I was going to say something even worse, but
we can
go with inadequate.
We'll go with inadequate for right now. I
almost wonder, you know, Mr. DJ Music, you know, I go down to the bare bottom. I wonder how many people I called already, and Mr. DJ Music knows this. I like to get to the root of the root. I called for the transcripts for the court case. I called to the medical examiner to get the autopsy report. I was refused that. The Attorney General has a lock on it. Why would they have a lock on the autopsy report?
Valid questions. Valid questions. You're right.
Yeah.
Why would
anybody else? You can get a toxicology report. You can get the autopsy report to see exactly what the medical examiner found when the body was presented to them.
No, correct me if I'm wrong.
They'll give you toxicology reports. How do I know if Austin Metaf didn't have some sort of a pharmaceutical in him to make him feel aggressive? And these are the things that we are not privy to because the Attorney General has this all under lock and key.
Fair. That's all those are fair questions, and you're absolutely right. Now, again, the Freedom of Information Act, that it may be different, but everyone in the state has that. Everyone has anything that's public. They can go to their local county, state, and get any information they want that's public. Am I correct?
Absolutely. And absolutely. I see somebody in the chat said it wouldn't matter. It would matter. And that's why you're over here worried about what we're talking about. See, and here's another thing, Mr. DJ Music. I don't know if anybody has noticed. I don't know if anybody has noticed in a space that's been around where people have been talking. I think Big J said a lot of this stuff started in 2017. Is that what is it right before COVID and stuff like this? Is like that?
Yeah.
And there were never any, how can I say this? Caucasian people in any of our conversations.
Right. Agree.
Has no one ever thought about where are all of these Caucasian people popping up? From what I understand, YouTube has over, I think I told you, what was it? How many millions of
millions, too many places that how they found this little channel of mine.
Millions and millions of people who have channels on the platform.
Right.
How is it that these people are all of a sudden finding their way to our content?
Well, let me answer this there, Prism. Here's what YouTube shoves this garbage down your throat. Well, let me ask you there. 23. Wait a minute. 23. Did YouTube, was they in your house when you clicked on this link? Was somebody there physically at your computer and said, "Hey, click that damn link"? Or did you do it on your own? You're here because you want to be, not because you have to be or someone pushed you here. You click this link because you chose to come here. It's not YouTube. It's not your mama. It's not your daddy. It's not your children. So let me ask you, what brought you here? It wasn't YouTube.
Yeah, and so, Mr. DJ Music, I'm like this subscriber only base. So if they're not a subscriber, you're lucky because
I'm going to start that. Right. I'm going to start that. And of course, right, just keep on scrolling. Swipe left, sir. That's the easiest thing to do.
Absolutely.
I don't go someplace I don't like.
Yeah. So, and it has concerned me a lot, Mr. DJ Music, how they're finding their way, all these troll farms that were paid by Elon Musk and all of these different people to be in our business, and I'm not sure what they think that this is going to do because, one of the things that my dad said, back years ago before there was the internet, Black people had their conversations in churches, basements in the churches, barbershops, beauty salons, and other type of halls where nobody was allowed but us. And it kind of bothers me that Black people online think that having these conversations online as if they are not trying to figure out, like, what are they thinking? What are the rest of the natives going to do? What are they talking about? How can we get involved? Blah, 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 blah. We want to make sure they're not planning anything against us. We have to, we need to start making moves smarter than this, y'all. We need to start making moves smarter than this, where places they cannot locate us for us to have our conversations.
Right. And again, there goes some more of that historical content that these folks try to say that we should get away from. How did they get Malcolm X?
Somebody right internally.
How did they get Dr. Martin Luther King?
Somebody internally.
Okay.
Someone internally.
Someone, right. So you're absolutely right. Not everybody should be in our conversations.
Right.
Now, let's. You brought up the not the complete thing, but what's the guy's name for the Heritage Foundation? Kevin Roberts.
Kevin Roberts, is that the white man? Yeah.
Yeah. How did he get his PhD and what? Studying who?
So Kevin Roberts, who is the head of the Heritage Foundation, his degree is in. Hang on, and he did his dissertation. Hang on. His degree is a PhD in American history with a focus on African American history and slavery.
So that don't that bode to what you were just talking about. Let me introduce Chaos. Is that you?
Yes.
How you doing? Welcome in.
How you doing?
Good. You want to add something right quick, like before we move on?
So they actually did release the full video. I heard rumor about this.
Well,
Right.
that's yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Question. I don't know if you're playing right now. I hope you play it again.
Mhm.
Is it what people concluded that this boy was jumped? I have not seen it. I have not really looked into
Well,
it.
that seems to be the majority of the conversation that I'm hearing online, Chaos. That a lot of people said that the video shows that Carmelo Anthony was not the aggressor. Now, whether they use the word jump or not, I don't know. But they said the video clearly shows that he was not the aggressor.
Are you going to play it again, or because I saw?
We're at it. We're just getting into it. We're just getting into it.
Let me watch it, and then I'll give.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. DJ Music, I just wanted to give that information about the Black people in Collin County filing for that injunctive relief against the Collin County court system. I think that is important. I think that if you feel like, as Black citizens of that particular county, and you've been affected, and you feel like anything within that court system is going to affect you or somebody else you love, eventually you need to file something. You need to reach out to the ACLU or the NAACP and get it popping as quickly as possible. If you sit on this, because let me say this about African American people: stop being reactionary and put the work in. That's the difference between the Black people, who are our fathers, our grandmothers, our mothers and aunties, and all those people. They put the work in that we are not doing anymore.
And that's coming from the younger.
It's not the town hall.
Right. That's coming from a younger generation. So that generation that she's referring to now, I'm not a direct part of it, but I have people, brothers and sisters, that lived in that generation. Of course, my parents were part of that. So I remember, that when it was my elder siblings, when they were the first ones to integrate the schools in our area. I remember the nasty phone calls. I remember my brothers and sisters coming back saying this happened and that happened. And I also remember the time that in church, that where not on Sunday was time for worship, but Wednesday was this time for this. It was the men's night, the women's night, the Eastern Star night, whatever. But you did talk about what was going on in the community. So she's absolutely right. Now you can tell me in today's time, does that go on? Anybody?
So, Mr. DJ Music, I'm going to send you the dissertation by Kevin Roberts.
Okay.
And I think you'll find it interesting, because I know a lot of these people are not going to read because they don't care. And basically, I really feel like Black people, one of the things is you have to understand something. We have been the most studied people in America. Our families, how we move, how we develop, our children. We've been the most studied race there has ever been in America. And it's for a reason.
Absolutely.
And one of the things that about me, and I told Mr. DJ Music that I'm not going to stop, is I'm going to keep on finding out what they're doing, how it's going to affect me and other people around me, so that I know how to make my moves from what they're doing.
Absolutely. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
I don't mean to be arrogant. I'm going to outthink you. I'm going to outsmart you, and I'm probably going to outlast you in your thoughts. I am. Because I'm not reactionary on any of this bullshit anymore. And the reason why is because I'm tired of seeing people getting hurt. I'm tired of people sitting on panels. I don't even want to be a part of it anymore. That's why I don't sit around on most of these people's channels anymore. I left a lot of people's channels alone because they're really not being solution-based. Solution-based would have said that we need to file injunctive relief. Who do we need to start this with? If you don't want to be part of a solution, then keep on doing this type of stuff. All you're doing is giving the enemy, whoever that enemy is, what they need to figure out how you're moving and what you're going to and what that move is going to look like.
Well said. That's right. Give them the key to the front door. That's what a lot of us are doing. Let them walk in the house, taking what they need and taking it back to them. That reminds me of the old Trojan horse. Be very careful of what's in front of you.
So spread the message around to Freezy. Super Sly, and all of these places that everybody frequents, Black women and Black men, where you go, spread the information around that, hey, Black people, you have a recourse. The recourse is this: for those people who are in Collin County, for them to go and file an injunctive relief against the court system there for discriminatory practices, for the way that they choose the jury, and all of those different things. If you're really serious about it, let's get to work.
Absolutely.
If you're not serious about it, then continue with the content and get your little super chats and get your little pat on the back for your little conversations, for your little town hall online, and keep it up. But this is not bringing Black men and Black women together. This is not going to create families. None of this stuff is going to be the work. I'm sorry. Conversations like this is not going to do the work. These people are actually in the Heritage Foundation trying to find a way. I want you to think about this. I talked to Mr. DJ Music about Delano Squires a little while ago.
Mm-hmm.
If the manosphere, if it looks like a duck, it walks like a duck, it's a duck.
It's a duck.
And it's quacking. He's over there with the manosphere. He's nothing more than another manosphere plant from the federal government. That's exactly what he is. He's another manosphere plant from the federal government working. He works side by side with the Heritage Foundation, Kevin Roberts. He's not invested in anything other than keeping us under control as a Black face.
And folks, if you don't believe what she's saying, go do your own research. We pointed it out to you, and you can go look for yourself. If anything that she's saying or that I've said about Delano Squires or Kevin Roberts, go look the information up for yourself. And you will see that what she's saying is absolutely correct.
So, you know, and let me say this. The fact that they have to continue having trolls come in and out of our conversations to get our attention
says a lot, doesn't it?
It says so much about the mentality of that race of people. And usually I'm not a hateful person when it comes to races and stuff. And everybody knows that. But the fact that all of this stuff is going on, anybody who says this is not about race, then what is it about?
Can't be about anything else.
Was it about right or wrong?
Right.
What was this really about?
From start to finish.
If it really wasn't about race, then why did the judge do all that he did? If it wasn't about race, then why did Mr. Metcalf? So let me tell you about narrative spinning when it comes to a court case. The fact that Mr. Metcalf showed up at at Carmelo Anthony's parents' first, was their first public release of congress. You know, why would he show up there?
And again, Prism, that's what I meant. I gave him grace for showing up there, and that was my mistake. Go ahead.
DJ, let me finish.
Go right ahead.
Let me say this. Y'all got to stop letting Judas kiss you on your cheek and act like he's your friend.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm not saying this about everybody, but I need you to look at the circumstance. Why would that man have showed up at that press conference for his family? How did he know there was going to be a press conference? Who told him that?
Who told him?
Number two, I need everybody to go, because I know people don't think about this. If you really care about the court system, how things ran, I need you to go find out how many times that judge had ex parte conversations with either the defense attorneys or the prosecutors.
And if it's more than once, he should have reclused himself.
Have to sign in.
Nice. He should have reclused himself.
How many times were there ex parte conversations between the prosecutors, the defense attorneys, and the judges? I need to know that. If you had, and I heard you say something, Mr. DJ Music, and I'm going to leave after this. Okay. I heard you say something about somebody said that they had a tape of the Carmelo Anthony incident. Am I right?
Yeah, someone said that they had the tape before it was released.
Really?
Yes.
So, I don't think people understand. And if you've ever been in law enforcement, you know that the day that the incident happened in Texas, one of the first things that they do is they start taking a perimeter. That means the police find all entrances and exits of everybody. Anybody coming in and going out, they're going to get your name.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So back and forth, this is what's going on. They find out where the body is laying. If the body has already been taken with the emergency services, which I understand that he was, that is a log. That's logged.
Right.
If the body was taken out, they start measuring for how far was the weapon and the body, or whether the blood splattered. They start making measurements. You have a whole bunch of teams of people coming in and out. And let me say this. Immediately, all tapes, all videos from the school and everything were taken over by the Frisco Police Department. Those items were in bags that were sealed and written on by that particular officer at that time. That also is public record. So no one had that video past April 5th. Am I correct? It was April 5th, 2025?
Yes, April 5th, 2025. Right.
Okay. So if somebody had that video during that time, that would cause a lot of issues. So I'm not basing my information on any crime shows because I don't watch crime shows. Where I live at, there is no crime shows over here like that. I live in a whole nother country. So you guys are going to have a lot of problems. See, I don't watch crime shows. I don't need to watch crime shows, especially when I have people in my family who understands the law enforcement, and they also understand the judicial process. So the problem here, Mr. DJ Music, is people are not going down the rabbit hole. People need to go down the rabbit hole. So I don't know. I'm not saying somebody's a liar, but it doesn't have the ring of truth that you had a video for over a year when the real video was not released. It was the people, I think people were allowed to start seeing the video in the Frisco ISD. I think it was sometime around, I want to say, I think somebody said sometime this year. I think someone said it was sometime this year.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to wonder how that happened. Did they break into, did they tap into somebody's videos? Did they break into, do a legal transaction somewhere through the video systems within the police department? Because those videos were under lock and key.
Again, you know, some people should take the fifth. You had the right to remain silent. Anything you can and will be used.
The first saying that, oh man, I had this before. I'm the first. This
is crazy.
Not funny.
You're right. That's crazy to even say that. Whether you said it joke or not. And I don't think this was said as a joke.
Yeah. So, Mr. DJ Music, like you and I talked about, there's a difference between killing someone and murder. So if I'm driving my car and I hit somebody unintentionally, they walk into the middle of the street, and I hit them, I killed them.
Yes.
That doesn't mean I murdered them. I killed them.
That's fact. That's what I was talking about earlier. That's fact.
All right.
There is a big difference between killing someone and murdering someone, folks. Whether y'all want to believe that or not. I know the ultimate thing is that the person is gone from the earth, but there is mitigating circumstances of how you describe how that person left this earth.
Yeah, if I ran over a cat, I killed the cat. I didn't murder the cat. If I hit a deer, even though a deer would probably tear the front end of your car up, if you hit a deer, usually you kill the deer.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying, Mr. DJ Music?
I know, because it's happened to me before.
So, let me tell you this. It wouldn't make a difference what people think. I saw the video, and the video was very interesting to me, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Right.
The video was very interesting. In every aspect, that video was very interesting because I'm trying to figure out, why would it be okay for you to walk up to someone sitting in a tent? What was the real reason why he went and started to even tell him to leave the tent? And I'm telling you, we're not getting full stories here.
Well, that's what I think, Prism. I think there's a little bit more to it, maybe a lot more to it, but I'm going to have to lean to the side of what you said. You know, we go back and we could sound that they always say, let's see the video. So we went back to a part of the video that we saw that there was nothing going on. And for those distractors down in there, there's a part of the video that you can go, like Chris, you can go look at the video and see that there was a bunch of people sitting under that tent. I don't know the count, but you can see they were all either talking to each other or just chilling with each other. Is that correct, Chris 209 and any other detractors? Yes, that is true. Go ahead.
So, Mr. DJ Music, I'm going to leave you to all of these trolls who absolutely have nothing better to do with their lives, but I do. Yeah. Because like I said, it's like past 2 a.m. over here.
Yeah, so get some rest, Prism. I appreciate you hanging out there with me. Again, send me that information on Kevin Roberts. I'm gonna keep on drilling with this Heritage Foundation business. Go ahead. Let
me address Miss Pure Butterfly. Hey, Miss Pure Butterfly, let me tell you something. We know the truth, sis. We know the truth. You know, and I'm gonna be it's Mr. DJ Music. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you that everybody needs to go down the rabbit hole. Get your emotions and your feelings out of it.
Right.
Stop thinking by blackness or whiteness and start doing the footsteps. From the very beginning, no emotion. Go from the very beginning. Look at the tapes, take yourself out of it, and begin to look at everything. Everything. Start looking at police reports, get court reports. When they start giving out if they ever release the autopsy and the toxicology reports, get the toxicology and the autopsy reports. Ask if they did any blood tests on Carmelo Anthony. Find out every little piece of the puzzle. Don't go on what they're telling you. Look for the stuff that they're not telling you.
That's the point. It's not what they're telling you. Imagine what they're telling you. Imagine what they're not telling you.
Look for the stuff that they're not telling you.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you know, one thing that's definitely there's one thing about this case. There's always going to be some folks that disagree about it. Like you see down here in the chat room, Chris. So, Chris, let me ask you this. I heard this from a white lawyer. Instead of chasing Carmelo Anthony off from under the tent, knowing it was raining, why did he just invite the kid in and say, hey, man, stay under here until it rains? If he meant him no good, if he meant him brotherhood. Why, Chris? Explain that. Instead of opening up his arms and say, hey, I understand why you under the tent, instead of saying you got to get the hell on. How about that, Chris? How about that one?
Yeah, if they had approached me in an aggressive manner, it wouldn't have been a knife.
Okay.
If anybody approaches me in an aggressive manner, and it looks like they put their hands on me, I have the right, if you put your hands on me, to defend myself. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to.
Why did he have to? Go ahead, Prison. I'll deal with this in a minute.
Here's a
question. Why did he have to leave, Gamma?
Wait, whoa. That's not really the question.
Right.
The question isn't why didn't he leave the tent? The question is, why did they think it was their right to tell him to leave?
That's the question, Gamma.
They have minded their business, because had they minded their business and not been fighting over a girl, and I'm going to give you what my synopsis is. I think the young man that is now deceased, the young man that said that he wasn't Carmelo's friend, is dating his cousin. I believe that the young man really liked the young lady. I always think that it's always something like this. Now, this is just my personal thinking. So the reason why they went up to Carmelo, because it was beef about that young lady. It was no doubt that guy, why would, of all the places, for how many tents was there that day on the field, Mr. DJ Music? Does anybody know yet?
I don't know. I really don't know. All I saw was one.
Right?
Right. I don't know.
Okay, I want you to investigate how many tents were up on that day on that field. So why did Carmelo go specifically to that tent? So he went over there to meet the young man who lied on the stand and said that that was his friend. So there evidently, my thinking is that there was that young woman was the person involved with this whole issue.
High school crush.
It could have been that somebody wanted somebody else.
Yep.
So
that's possible.
Like I said, those two twins, the other one got his brother to go over and start this with him. If you look at the video, Mr. DJ Music, like I said, I'm not going to adjudicate the case. The case has already been done. But all I'm telling you is that there's more in this rabbit hole. You need to go down it.
Definitely. Well, there's always a starting point. This seems like a very good place to start at, going down that rabbit hole. Again, I have my own questions that Prism, like I said earlier, when I first started reporting on this, I said the kid should be punished for something. Now, going back and looking at what I've seen personally from my own eyes, I say the kid was defending himself.
Yeah, but there's a lack of decency in parenting on the Metcalf side, because how stupid is it for you to ask someone to go sit in the rain? I mean, like, is there no human decency at all in these two children?
Again, they think by coming up here, right? By coming up here saying stuff like that, they tell us exactly who they are. They think they're trolling, but they're telling us who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So again,
you're not trolling.
Why did they do that? So if it was such a bad, like I said, if somebody was out in the rain, what? Come on. It was raining and you're sitting under a tent, but he's sitting there by himself, not bothering anybody. Okay. If I'm carrying, I'm not trying to be funny. When I'm in America, I'm going to carry my weapon with me. Okay. Put your hands on me. You approach me in an aggressive manner. I'm going to take cover and I'm going to blow you off.
Okay.
And I mean, I'm going straight for your head. I'm not playing around with you. Why would I play around with you? You're being aggressive to me. So let me say, this is a teenage kid. So you get angry. So they're acting like people are not allowed to have human emotions. And that's why I'm saying that there's more to this situation than it is. Somebody approaches you, you're a man, Mr. DJ Music, I'm a woman. If one of these women put their hands on me, I'm not going to sit there and go like, okay, sis, I'm just going to walk away. We're talking about teenagers.
Right. That didn't hurt. You didn't hit me hard enough for me to do nothing.
Yes, you put your hands on me. Most people, if he lived in Chicago, them boys would have jumped on him.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to figure out what more is it that this is a child that was 17 years old and they're always talking about, the cerebral, this is not formed in them. But at the same time, Mr. DJ Music, you're sitting there making him seem like, oh, this kid was a gangster and he was a straight killer and all this other stuff. See, white boys can go and take a video and take a picture with their guns and their stuff. But if a black kid does it, he's a gang member.
Right. Hey, what up, though? Sorry, I just got hit. I was just listening to what you guys were saying, and based on that, I agree with you, I just believe the Carmelo is innocent because he stood his ground. Those two boys, though, were trying to actually bully him, and, they're trying to basically, surround him type thing. So based on that, I agree with you.
Right. Now see this?
Them trolls mad, right?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's funny how one person can by saying something that you can actually go and just actual and factual check on and say, well, she was wrong about that, and come back and say you're not arguing her point. You're arguing the fact that you don't like what she's saying.
They don't. I don't live in Chicago, so what do I care? So
I don't live in Chicago either.
So, but I'm gonna say it like this.
I agree, though.
Let me tell you something. It's all a problem, if you ask me. But the bigger problem is that we're talking about Carmelo Anthony. We're not talking about Chicago. But if I wanted to bring up Chicago, if I wanted to talk about that, I could talk about the white kid that went into the Catholic school and shot that school up. Or I could talk about, it's not like African Americans are the only ones who have problems. We're talking about a legacy of people. Do I need to go there?
Yeah, I agree, though. I was just gonna say, though, Mr. DJ, I was gonna say, imagine, though, if Austin was in, them Brixton guys, right? You don't mess with them guys in Brixton. Them Brixton guys, bro. I know it's got nothing to do with it, but I'm just saying it, Like, them Brixton guys are very short-tempered. You don't want to play with them. When you play with them guys will literally go fisto. They will literally they will throw hands just like that. They're very short-tempered, though. Because some of them, life is tough for them, so they have to actually, and also, though, that's why they don't play.
Right.
Look, keep your hands to yourself.
Yep.
Right. Let me address a few of these comments down here. Okay, this first comment, this one right I see right here. Evidence shows that he didn't get jumped. Papa Bear, when did you hear anybody up here say he got jumped? When did you hear that?
They've been in all these other conversations.
Right. You're confusing this conversation with someone else. Okay. So let's stop that. Now, how about you, Michael? What you got to say here? How about you, Edward Scissorhands? Carmelo's life wasn't in danger. Was he supposed to wait around until it was in danger for him to start swinging? Is that your argument? He was supposed to wait to see what those 2 6-foot-some 200-pound boys was going to do to him before he made a decision about what he was doing. Hope you don't have children. Because they're going to come home beat up a lot. How about you, Chris? Because you're proving my point. Judging by race. You didn't hear anybody judge anything by race. How can you judge a court system by its race?
We did.
Right. And again, it is about race. This whole case is about race. So how can we get away from it? Chris?
But what if we did? What are you going to do about it? That's right. You have to answer people according to their own folly. So let me say this. What are they going to do if it was about race?
I don't know.
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about the fact that we have an opinion? What are you going to do about it? You're going to cry in the chat? You're going to be mad about the fact that we've said it? Oh, yeah, we're snowflakes, but you guys are the one that was going around when Charlie Kirk got Kirk out.
Right.
People lose their jobs, but
Charlie Kirk Day.
People are snowflakes.
Let's have Charlie Kirk's Day. Let's raise money for Kyle Rittenhouse. He's being railroaded by the law. Let's raise money for Dylan Ruth. Let's get him a hamburger before we take him to jail after he just put a bullet in 9 folks.
I agree.
They're so emotional about every little thing. They act like the whole world should be like, oh my God. Like, let me say this. Am I sorry that the young man died? Okay, yeah, I'm all right. I'm sorry that he passed away. But should he have put his hands on that kid? There's no doubt about it. You saw shoving back and forth in that damn video.
But also, Prism, the twins had a reputation in the school.
Yes, ma'am.
And outside of the school.
Yes, ma'am.
For fighting and bullying and harming other kids. Matter of fact, the cheerleaders were scared to even cheer for the twins because they were told one girl was bullied so severely. They told her that their hands were bisexual and that anybody could get those hands, meaning they would beat women, beat men, beat whoever. And why was the lawyer not bringing that up? When these students went to their counselors and went to the higher ups in their school district and told them they were scared of the twins, why was none of that in the courtroom? Why were they not talking about that? Why was that not a solid defense for Carmelo? Why was that not brought up for him? Because their reputation was to be bullies, was to be violent.
Absolutely. And welcome to the show, Pure Butterfly. I'm sorry I didn't give you your proper introduction.
Okay. How you doing? Hey, what up?
For Pure Butterfly, always pleasure having you sitting up in the front row. Thank you very much for your comment. You're absolutely right. There is documented cases, and this goes back to the trial itself. Why was none of this information put onto the jury? That these kids were bullies, that they had a reputation at school of bullying other folks. That should have been part of that trial. That's what we're saying. We're not laying blame. We're all looking at this, trying to look at it objectively. But folks like Bloody Warrior, what kind of fucking name is that? Michael.
DJ Music. These are all part of a troll farm. And let me say, These people have no life at all, and they're not going to change our opinion.
I don't even know if they're people though, Prism, because Elon, yes,
Yeah,
because
appreciate the views. That's all I can say. Because
Yeah,
I
like,
don't,
Mr.
right,
DJ, why do you think I'm trolling? I'm gonna troll the trolls.
right.
Run up the views.
Right.
Come on,
Appreciate the views.
Keep
Come
putting
on in. Right. One of y'all trolls want to come up here, you got to come to. I don't think the vertical works that well. So if I drop the link, Eric Scissorhands, what a fucking name.
Okay,
the bloody, all right, the bloody warrior. You want to come up here? How about you, reject demon? You wasn't even good enough for the demons. Damn. Any of y'all want to come up here, Chris?
He got 35 years, but Austin Metaf got life.
Right. Life.
You want me to go there? You want me to go there? I can go there.
We can get nasty. Right. We can get nasty because
I can get nasty with you. Shouldn't be here.
Right. The majority of y'all still crying about John Benet Ramsey. Mm-hmm.
You're not going to shut down anything, Chris.
Go ahead.
Prism, you are so right though about the fact that this is a lot deeper, because why didn't the defense lawyer what was the defense lawyer told behind the scenes? Because this would have been a slam dunk for the defense about all these different kids in that school being bullied by these twins. Why wasn't that a main factor of defense?
Right, it should have been part of it. If not a main factor, it should have had some focus on it.
Oh, a lot of focus.
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. DJ Music, he said the watermelon felon is in prison, and guess what? And they're going to be forever going to that grave, looking at worm food until he becomes dust and ashes.
Ashes to ashes, dust to
ashes
dust.
To ashes.
Dust to dust. And see, y'all come in here getting nasty.
Want to get nasty?
When we get nasty with y'all, you want to go and report the channel. But you're typing it.
Hold on, Mr. DJ Music, because I need to get out of here, because it's really, when I talk to you about this whole situation with behind the scenes with Austin and Carmelo Anthony, who did I say I felt sorry for?
The family, the Metcalf family. Sorry,
I felt sorry for both families. Am I correct?
Yes, that they lost their son. One son is in jail, and one son had to be buried. Yes, you did.
Right. So let me tell you why I'm doing what I'm doing. So first of all, and then I really do have to go. Most of y'all trolls that are here, bots or whatever you are, you have no business being here, honestly.
Yeah.
You really don't. You have no business being here. And honestly,
wait a minute.
And if people feel like they don't like, if they feel like he shouldn't have put his hands on him and he deserved what he got, that's okay too. It's okay.
No, see, this is what I'm talking about. One of your fellow brethren thought he was being slick, showing how dumb you are to type out the N-word a letter at a time.
Yep, and Edward Scissorhands, you'll never be the one to humble us. I can guarantee that. Right.
Come on in, Edward Scissorhands. Like I said, you took on the name of a fictional character. Edward Scissorhands. Think about that. Someone that was used, abused, and tossed out, but he still found the goodness in people. Try it. You might like it. Edward Scissorhands. Thought I didn't know about that, huh? Yeah, humble your damn self. No, you wouldn't like to meet me. No, you wouldn't. Trust me, you would not like to meet me, because a conversation would not go the way that you want to. I promise you, the conversation would not go the way. Matter of fact, it won't be no conversation, because you already identified yourself to me as an adversary. Do you think I'm that stupid? It wouldn't go that way. It wouldn't go the way that you're thinking. Hope somebody got a black dress. That's all I can tell you. You've identified yourself to me as someone that would want to come after me.
Oh no, we're not teenagers. We don't carry knives, bro.
Right. No, I got a pocket knife, but they ain't for that.
Yeah,
they ain't for that. Okay.
I got a pretty Kimber.
Okay. Just so you know, I was in the Marine Corps 10 years. I've been shooting long before I got in the Corps. You think I'm gonna miss? What's the Marine Corps motto? 1 shot, 1 kill. So who you threatening? Who you threatening?
Mr. DJ Music, this is all to get everybody off balance. So
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, let's
To
get on.
distract.
Yeah, let's get on back to what we were doing. So, Chris, but wait a minute. I got something for you before you leave. Before I put you out of here, y'all hold on just a second. Matter of fact, all of y'all trolls, I appreciate the views, but let me do something right quick, like, all right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody trying to talk to me while I'm working? Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on. Tell this sumbitch to walk the fuck out right now, or we done for the day. Go on. I'm sorry. Somebody trying to talk to me while I'm working? Go.
Get the fuck on up. Bye. See ya. Don't let the door hit you with a large split you.
did you get Edward too?
Did I get Edward Scissors Hands? Is you still in here, Edward?
You get Edward, Captain Ridiculous.
I got him. I got Edward.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
She needs to be gone to. Papa Bear needs to be gone too.
Yeah.
Because you know, Mr. DJ Music, we's always resorting to violence, but we wasn't the ones putting folks up in trees and burning and blowing up churches.
Right. It's always us. We is the ones that believe that if we put our bare feet on a little white kid's stomach, it would drain out the rheumatism. We's the ones that believe that, massa.
So
y'all sure y'all want to come deal with me in prison and Pure Butterfly? Y'all sure y'all want this smoke?
it really shouldn't have been smoke.
They're not gonna come up. They're not gonna come up. They just like they troll in the chat. They don't have the balls to come up and have an actual conversation.
Yep. So, Mr. DJ, maybe back to what I was saying, and I can go back to my normal tone. I don't have time for like this.
All right.
Mr. Butterfly, you know I love talking to you, and because you're such a sweet person. But
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I do think that the people in Collin County needs to file and get injunctive relief in that area.
Yeah,
So-
because why is this kid going to spend 35 years? He had a promising future before all this happened. You know what I'm saying? And he had no criminal record. This was not his motive of working. This isn't something he would do. You know what I'm saying? So it's out of character for him, but it was not out of character for the twins.
Right.
So
Okay, Captain Ridiculous, before I get you out of here, go ahead and call me. Let's see who I can report. Let's see if I can report you to the police as quick as you can call me. Go ahead, Captain Caveman. Go ahead and call me. Show me how stupid you are. Because you do know doxing someone in South Carolina is against the law, punishable by 7 to 10. You sure you want to do that?
Who cares? Who cares if he was suspended? Who cares?
That's a lie.
That has anything to do with the fact of what's going on.
Right, that's another lie. Carmelo Anthony was not in inner school suspension. He was not.
no, but the twins were. The twins were always in trouble.
The twins were always in trouble.
I can believe it. Look at his dad.
Okay.
Look at how their dad is. Look at their dad.
Grimy. His dad is grimy. His dad is nasty.
That's a horrible human being.
His mama.
You know, it's crazy because a lot of these white fathers, I'm going to say this, a lot of these white fathers are very abusive to their kids. And I mean, extremely abusive. And so a lot of these kids go to school because they got a chip on their shoulder for all the abuse they've been through in their house. And then they go out in public and they go to their schools and they go to their different sports and they start to act out because they have been violated in their own home from their own parents. You know what I'm saying? And that's not discussed. And that most likely is part of the problem with these twins is they might have been through things as children, but that doesn't give an excuse to go and do that to another person.
Well, Pure Butterfly, I think the mother, if they interviewed the mother in some kind on the couch somewhere, she would probably say exactly what you were saying.
I'm almost betting that's what happened in that household.
I guarantee it. From what I understand, he has some charges on him. But none of y'all want to bring that up. Y'all want to
The father? Oh, I most definitely believe there's some kind of domestic abuse in the house, most likely.
Oh yeah, there is. That's the main reason why they divorced.
It's public record. She looks like, even like, if you guys go back and look at the video, the initial video when what's the other twin's name? Hunter,
yes.
Weirdo.
Yeah.
When they initially did the interview with the mother, he was sitting in the living room with her, and you could see him hit her, like that little, like, don't say that, mom, type of thing.
Right. Yeah.
That type of stuff was going on. Right. Hey, Pure Butterfly.
And that's the original video. Go ahead, Prism.
Say again, Prism.
Mr. DJ Music, I dropped in the back for you and Pure Butterfly to read on your own leisure time.
Oh, okay.
The dissertation by Kevin Roberts for the Heritage Foundation. Because I know y'all like information. So
well, they bragged and said on mainstream TV that they've gotten over 25% of what. No, not 75. They've gotten over 75% of what they wanted to do. The Heritage Foundation under Trump. They've gotten almost everything accomplished they wanted to get accomplished. So if we need to vote every one of them out, all of these Republicans out. They have gone along with everything that has taken place. And it's going to take a lot of work to get the country back on track, because everything has to be, oh my God, don't even get me started.
It's going to have to be a rebrand.
It's going to have to be new computers for all agencies, because Elon's been in there with tampering with all the computers and stuff. It's going to have to be new programs. It's going to have to be a overhaul of everything in the government once they get out.
Yep, they're going to have to fire everybody from ICE. They're going to have to fire everybody.
ICE should be disassembled, period. There shouldn't even be ICE anymore. It should be eradicated, period.
Yep, they need to fire everybody who was in this administration, every department that they can think of, that was everybody who was hired after the date of his election date. His inauguration needs to be fired. I don't care who they need to be terminated from their positions.
Yep. And a whole lot of vetting for future employees.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And we need to put, this is where, you remember I just said a few minutes ago that we need to find spaces that we can talk where nobody can come in except the people that we want to by password or something like this. Like Mr. DJ Music, do you have your membership yet?
I'm not. I don't have the membership.
But even if you have those secret spaces, you have this government we're under right now surveillancing everybody everywhere. There's cameras on everybody's homes they feel is a threat. So that is not a safe space either. I'm sorry, it's not.
There's safe spaces, Pure Butterfly. I can tell you, but I'm not going to tell you on here.
Well, ladies, I'm having a platform built to where it won't be able to access by everybody. Trust me. So, I know this safe space that you're talking about, Prism, and I'm building just that. It's completely separate of YouTube.
So there's some safe spaces, Pure Butterfly. I can tell you one day.
Trust me.
Okay.
But look at this comment right here, ladies. Papa Bear says, "You guys keep moving the goalposts." When did we move the goalposts, Papa Bear?
How is that? What's a goalpost moving? That we're stating facts. Come on now.
Right. What goalposts are we?
And human nature.
You seem to be respectful, Papa Bear, of your comments. So I'm respectfully, what goalposts are we moving?
Nothing. We're not even having a debate.
Right. Hey there, Genesis, how you doing? She says, say it for me out loud. Hey, sugars. Thank you so very much for dropping through. Let's see. Anybody else? Any more comments before we click back onto this video? Let me remove this off the screen here. And I'm definitely going to look at that information that you sent us.
Put your stuff on subscriber only?
I think no, not from where I'm at. I would have to go into YouTube. I don't have the YouTube stream up. I'm only on StreamYard. But I will do that in the next live video. Yes, I will do that in the next upstream.
Put hands on him, and then he got poked, and he's no longer here. Carmelo Anthony runs, to the coach. Coach brings him back and mums a word. Even in the second video, we hear Carmelo Anthony crying, right? He's crying. I told him, you know, not to put his hands on me.
I think he was analyzing. Memorial tent over there, guys. All right. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me.
Does that sound like the voice of a grown man, or that sounds like a scared teenager?
Sounds like a scared teenager to me.
Does that sound like somebody who intentionally hurt somebody?
No.
Y'all want to move past that, Papa Bear? You want to move past that voice? You said if any of your points were valid, then Anthony, well, that's what they have the court systems for there, Papa Bear. I don't determine the law. I can only give my opinion about it. But it seems to me, sir, that my opinion is in the majority right now, not yours. Even though he's gone to trial, even though he was convicted, the majority of folks that seen this now released footage say that Carmelo Anthony got a raw deal.
Oh, he definitely got a raw deal.
Hold on. He said, bottom line, your logic is saying that anyone that touches us can kill us. Good luck with that. Well, that's what George Zimmerman did, didn't he?
That's what George Zimmerman did.
Isn't that what happened with Jordan McBath?
Okay.
Remember Jordan McBath, the story in Florida, the young black man who was with his friends at some gas station, and the white man didn't like the fact that they were playing their music, and Jordan told him.
That's in South Carolina. That's here.
Did he not kill? I thought it was in Florida. I thought Miss Lucy McBath.
No, he shot the kids in the back seat.
Oh yeah, so
yes,
so
because their music was too loud, right?
Because you don't like the music too,
right? Because the music was too loud.
You have to answer these idiots according to their own folly, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to make us sympathize or empathize with the family who lost their son, but we can empathize with both, and he can still be wrong.
Right.
Yeah, right. I feel sorry for the kid. If the twins have been going through abuse from their father, and I feel like that's what had happened, right? Because my gut is telling me that, right? Then I can sympathize with them but in the same token, you don't do what's happening to you to other people.
Right. Now, Papa Bear, let me address it. Let me address your comment. By my logic, that's not my logic, sir. That's the state of Texas telling folks to keep them hands to themselves, because you can't predict what they'll do next. You don't have the duty to retreat, Papa Bear. That's not my logic. That's the state of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Sir? Am I wrong, Papa Bear? That I write and pass the stand your ground laws for Texas? According to the laws of Texas, if we break it down to the simplest form, if somebody touches you, you have the right to stop them by any means necessary.
Imagine a kid like him with no previous record getting 35 years, and serial killers who have murdered multiple people and been caught and have been sentenced not getting that kind of time. Imagine that. Does that sound strange to you?
About as strange as a $2 bill these days. But here goes another comment, and we're going to play some more of this. The fact of the matter, the fact of the matter, a young man escalated a situation to a deadly point. Under self-defense, you are only allowed to use reasonable force, not in Texas. See, again, you guys come in here with these yesterday's talking points. That's already been debunked. That's already been debunked. In the state of Texas, you do not have the duty to retreat. And we can see by the video that Carmelo Anthony was not the aggressor, so call it what it is. If you want to use the term aggressor, put Metcalf behind it. Not unless you don't want to see that, Anonymous.
I feel like I'm living in the twilight world, because what are these dudes saying?
I don't.
In the chat room, like where's their mental state? I don't get it.
I don't know. Captain Ridiculous. Okay, if I'm selling something, why are you buying it? You go to the grocery store. Don't you pick up what you want and take it to the counter and buy that? Do you go to the store and ever purchase shit you don't want? So why are you buying it? If I'm offering you a load of garbage, why are you in here buying it? Why you haven't stepped out of here yet? Matter of fact, damn it, I thought I got rid of you. But I want to tell you something special too. Before I put you up out of here if you don't click on the link before that. This is what I want you to do for me, okay?
Vince, look at me. Look at me in the windows to my soul. Shut the fuck up. Shut all the way the fuck up until you reach the top of Shut Fuck Mountain, where there are no more fuck ups to shut.
And with that, as in the great words of Ray Charles, wait, where you at? Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more.
He's asking, hey, is he going to be all right? Officer says he doesn't know. Now, if you want to believe that that's the headspace, that's the mindset of a rabid, killer, you can go ahead and believe that. But once again, that falls into two camps of thought. Either you're a racist or you're ignorant. That's it. Those are only two options. And in many of these videos, and many of the people doing, videos on this footage, that's really what it boils down to. You have a lot of white ignorance, and then you have a lot of Sambo soldiers. There's nothing we can do about that, because we know if the roles were reversed, we already know what would have happened. We already know that they would be blaming the black kid. Oh, why did he just, get someone else? Why did he even, attack this, poor little white kid? We already know that would happen. Why do we know this? Because we have a history of this behavior. And I'm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness.
I gotta ask those people in the chat room, if your son was being attacked, would you want your son, or your daughter for that matter, to be able to defend their life?
Well, I should hope that they should, but none of them they probably won't answer that, because that would contradict everything that they're saying down in the chat room, Pure. That would have to put them on the side agreeing with it. Of course, I would want my kid to come home.
That part,
the only way for him to come home is just to protect himself. I'm sorry.
But also in teaching your kids, you're going to teach them not to be the aggressor, because you don't want your kid to die being the aggressor. And how come their parents didn't teach them that?
Don't seem like Jeff Metcalf taught his children that.
No.
Let's check out some more of these comments here. Okay, let me go back to this one right here. This one says that this is by Anonymous again. Since you're being respectful with your comment, okay, you say, Anonymous says, it's not debunked because you disagree. You're factually incorrect, which is why he's convicted. Listen, I am not factually incorrect, and there's no argument that he is convicted. The court system does what it does. But the mere fact that I pointed out that in Texas, you do not have a duty to retreat. How am I being factually incorrect? You can go look that up for yourself. Actually, you probably can scan back to the beginning of this video and hear a lawyer that you guys swear by, Dennis Sperling, tell you the same damn thing. So what after that, if he didn't have a duty to retreat, guess what? Anything that happened after that, he should have been charged with. Am I correct? Jesus.
I mean, it's a sad situation. It really is a sad situation, because had there been no bullying, this incident wouldn't have happened in the first place.
Okay, right, Pure. Here goes another one. Blitz Bob. No one at any time up on this panel, or any time that we've talked about, maybe you went to some other panel and said that what Carmelo Anthony did was right. On my heart, literally, although I don't like Jeff Metcalf for what he said, but my heart goes out to that mother. And she's actually, if there's victims in this along with her, with everybody else, she's a victim in this as well. She lost her son. So my heart goes out to her. But the same way you guys want to shit on the Carmelo Anthony family for saying that this kid wasn't raised right, factually, that is incorrect. You can go back and see that for yourself. But when we say the same thing about the Metcalf twins, all of a sudden we're being bullies. We're not seeing the information as it is. Y'all tell us that we don't want to talk to we don't want to take the witness statements, but when there's witnesses out there to tell you what kind of children these two Metcalf twins were. Did he
hear about the cheerleaders that the twins were saying that they were their hands were bisexual, and that anybody could get those hands, meaning they'd beat women?
Apparently
and
not.
The cheerleaders, did they not hear about that?
Apparently
and the cheerleaders were scared. They went to their counselors and didn't want their names to, because they knew that the repercussion of their names being told, that they had told on them, that they would be bullied, and they knew they would be bullied.
Did you know about that, Blitz? Did you know about that, Blitz, Bob? Now, again, see, this is the part that you guys like to ration out. They had a little squabble. How does a 6'2", 220-pound, 25-pound man have a little squabble with a Carmelo Anthony was 5'6", 5'7" at best, 130-pound kid? How was that a fair fight, sir? You call it a squabble. Carmelo Anthony could have looked at it. He was fighting for his life. You ever thought of that, Blitz?
I mean, for God's sake, if women are saying, young girls were saying they're scared, the cheerleaders were saying they're scared of these twins. I mean, how much more? Come on now.
Right. And again, well, they're going into. Go ahead, Pure. Go ahead and make your statement. I'm looking.
No, I'm saying if you got female cheerleaders scared to talk about the fact that they were bullied by the twins and told that they would get their asses beat by the twins, I mean, come on. It's clear that this was happening all around the school. If the cheerleaders are saying this is what's happened to them with these twins,
right?
They were scared of these twins.
And
the students were scared of these twins.
That is a general consensus of the conversation that's going around the high school. That is the general consensus. Now, I'll say this about high school. I'm sure all of us went to high school, and all of us can remember probably that first name and the last name of our bully. I know I remember mine until I pinned him up against that wall. Now, what if I'd have decided to have that day to have a pocket knife on me, and I felt the only way to stop this bigger kid from pinning me up against a chalkboard and swinging at me was to poke him? Would I have been wrong? Blitz, would I have been wrong? My intention wasn't to kill him. My intention was to get him off me. Do you think in the heat of a fight, I'm looking for making sure I place the knife in the right position? You think that's what I'm looking for, Blitz? Your arguments don't hold.
And if I'm not mistaken, Carmelo only stabbed him once, right?
One time, but you have folks running around.
So that a one-time stab is not premeditated. It's not aggressive. A premeditated state, you don't just stab one time.
Yeah. Again, I've been dealing with pocket knives and stuff like that my entire life. I don't think Carmelo or me or anyone else went to the store and bought a knife and say, I'm gonna use this as a weapon to kill someone.
No.
They say that have some people done that? Yes, they have, but they generally got convicted. But I think for the majority of the population of the United States, we don't go to the store to buy a pocket knife to say, yep, this is what I'm gonna use to kill somebody.
I think Prism was right when she said that they want to release the autopsy and all this other stuff, because if they did, people with common sense would see certain things that happened in the autopsy to know that this was not premeditated. It was not something he came to do. It was none of that. One stab is not a premeditated mindset.
Right. Absolutely. It wasn't. And then again, another one of those. See, for everything that I say, Papa Bear, you guys can have a counterpoint to it. So here's my counterpoint to you saying that he was 5'11". Okay, you said you watched the video. You saw that 5'11" skinny thing run across across the screen, right? Did he look like that somebody that could beat Austin Metcalf, 220 pounds? Since you want to go just right to the height.
Okay, so what about the cheerleaders that he threatened to beat the shit out of? Are they going to try and say they were tall enough and heavy enough to fight him?
No, they're not even speaking on that. Pure, they're not even talking about that because they know they don't have an answer for that. They know they don't have an answer for that.
Pretty good at pattern recognition, okay? The same people who are trying to justify Austin Metcalf pushing Carmelo Anthony are the same people who validated Daniel Penny. Daniel Penny, who snuffed the life of a black man who put no hands on anybody.
What about that, Papa Bear? Daniel Penny snuffed out some man's life for yelling because he thought he had a right to. He didn't touch anyone, but yet Daniel Penny got off. Their idea of self-defense for him because he was screaming. He was making everybody on the train uncomfortable. So Daniel Penny choked him out till he passed away. Should Daniel Penny be in jail right now, Papa Bear? Because the man that Daniel Penny choked out didn't touch anyone. Are you sure you want to continue to type in the chat room or just listen?
The mindset of these trolls is like it's an abomination. Like, where are you coming up with this stuff? Where do you think this is justified?
Right, absolutely. Now, Papa Bear, I'll give you credit for one thing. You used the correct word this time. Carmelo Anthony did kill Austin Metcalf. He did kill him. But I'm going to go ahead and throw this that you folks refuse to put behind it. There's mitigating circumstances to Austin Metcalf's death. Would you agree? Unlike the only circumstances in this case of Daniel Penny, where there was a black man on a train screaming, they made everybody uncomfortable. So Daniel Penny decided to play superhero, dive in, say, here he come, and choke this man out. But he shouldn't be in jail. What about the case down here in South Carolina where the Chinese man ran out the store because a kid had a bottle of water and he shot the kid in the back?
Yeah, that's out of line.
What about the policeman a couple of days ago that shot the 1-year-old in the car because the mother or somebody in the car was stealing diapers or allegedly stealing diapers? Y'all want to come in here and use this holier than thou when it comes to hurting one of y'all or hurting somebody you like. But it's okay for the police and anybody else to use deadly force against us. It is justifiable, like Daniel Penny. But if we use it against y'all, we got to give up 11 reasons on why we used it.
I told Big J that the way that the elections are going, that they want to force Black Americans into the street to riot. They want to create environments to make them riot because they want to implement martial law and they want to prevent the vote from them being voted out. So just know the tactics are going to get worse. I told him, and then sure enough, the little baby got shot after I told him this is what white supremacists do in order to control the narrative. And what they're trying to do is get Black Americans so pissed off about the things they're doing, the injustices that they're doing, so that they can implement martial law. That's what's happening.
I agree with you again. They want to do so much to get us so pissed off that we come into the street so they can implement martial law. But you know, we're only 13% of the 13.6, 14 at best percent of the population. So
they don't care. That they just want to. They want to because they know that even the white voters want to vote them out. They don't want anybody going in there to vote them out. And this is what they're going to do. These are the tactics of a white supremacist.
Yes, absolutely. But again, let me address Papa Bear. Since you're being having dialogue with me, Papa Bear, let me go ahead and address this. Okay, we know from the video whether it was grainy or not. Now, you seem someone said I shouldn't use common sense, but again, I'm going to use the 2 words common sense. Common sense tells me that if someone is sitting down, that the amount of pressure or applied force, or in this word, I use this word, inertia, that they can exert force on, wouldn't have been enough. Since you want to argue this point, Carmelo Anthony, from the position that he was in, could not exert enough force to do the damage. Now, if you want to argue about it, here's my argument to you, Papa Bear, that maybe in his idea of attacking Carmelo Anthony, that the force of him trying to grab Carmelo Anthony again, since y'all want to blame all the hell on Carmelo Anthony, let me get some of it off him. Maybe when he was grabbing Carmelo Anthony, trying to pull him towards it to shake him and grab on him or hit him or something, that the force that he was using trying to grab Carmelo Anthony was also helped with the force of Carmelo Anthony coming at him? Could that be possible? Could both two things be true, Papa Bear? Could two things be true? But the bottom line there is to it, keep your hands to yourself, and none of this would have happened. That's the bottom line to it. Keep your hands to yourself. Yes, it's a tragic incident, but guess what?
Yeah.
We're talking about tragedy if Austin Metaf would have kept his hands to himself. You can't get away from that. No matter how hard you try, no matter how much you think I'm wrong, no matter how much you think the folks on my panel are wrong, you can't get from the fact that Austin Metaf should have kept his hands to himself.
Yep. What we were taught when we were kids is not to not fight. We were never taught that. But what we were taught is not to be the one to initiate the fight.
Absolutely. Let's see. Do you have the mathematician skill to tell me 1 + 1 = 2? Yeah. Now you're playing. Now you're trying to play me, man.
He put no hands on not one person in that subway, and his life was taken from him. And what does he get as a reward? He gets to go to the White House and takes a picture with J.D. Vance and President Trump. All these people celebrating it. What are we talking about? We have the same people who had no problem with Shiloh Hendricks calling a black child an N-word and then raising nearly $1 million off it. Damn. All these people celebrating. We have most recently Chud the Builder. All these people who are vilifying, black people who said that they may put hands on this.
How about that, Papa Bear? How about go over there and chastise all the people that was rooting for Papa Bear? How about that? I mean, for Chud the Builder. How about go and chastise those people? Do you think what Chud the Builder was doing was right? Do you think that they should be raising thousands of dollars to get his sorry ass out of jail, Papa Bear? Why don't you go find a stream that someone is big up in Chud the Builder?
It's all double standards. It's a double standard governing system. That's what it is.
No, I Papa Bear, I didn't say you were white or black. I just said your kind. I didn't just make a color distinction. You just did. I said your kind, meaning those folks that believe that Carmelo Anthony is guilty. Like my man said in the beginning, either you're a racist or you're ignorant.
Person where they're saying, hey, you're gonna put hands on someone over words? Is that what you're gonna do? All these same people who were championing Chud the Builder are now vilifying who? Carmelo Anthony. Thank you. These people are hypocrites, okay? There's no video footage that'll come out. There's no argument that can be presented to them if they're ignorant, right? If they're low IQ, or B, if they're a racist.
You can't fix stupid.
Now, at the end of the day, I have no dog in this fight. So I could look at this case and I could be impartial to it. It was like, I don't know Carmelo, I don't know Austin. And I can only just look at the facts and evidence. Now, people can say, hey, it wasn't self-defense. Sure, you can say that. But I very much believe that there is a good case for self-defense. All I wanted was for that case to be presented to the jury, which it wasn't.
And that's all I'm saying. That's all Prism's saying. That's all Pure Butterfly is saying. That's all Reyes is saying. That's all the people that are on this panel that came up here to speak about this. That's all we're saying. Fair trial. That's it. But y'all have a problem with that because y'all believe that how dare a black boy kill a white boy?
Well, this is desensitizing people, or they're making people fearful to defend their lives. This is the tactic that this administration has used from day one with ICE and all these other different agencies against the American people. They had let or desensitized or scared people into not defending themselves when their doors have been kicked in unconstitutionally and all these different things. They want to make it so you won't defend your life, which is a God-given right to defend your life. Period.
That's what Sandy said. Ain't that right, Sandy? Sandy said Carmelo saved his own life. Isn't that what it is? That's what they teach every self-preservation?
Yes, that's your normal. Like, you wouldn't stop breathing because somebody told you you can't breathe.
Right.
You have to breathe, right? And it's the same thing in your DNA for self-defense. There's something in your DNA for self-defense and self-preservation. It's in our bodies. It's what we do as human beings, or even an animal.
Right. It's called fight or flight mode. We all have it. Guess one Carmelo Anthony chose that day.
I mean, did he have a choice to flight though?
No, he didn't have a choice. And when he did have the choice, he took it.
That is a mammal and animal instinct for those two things.
That's right. That is pure instinct. You're absolutely right. Nothing but pure instinct. Pure instinct. And let's talk about this. Well, we're not going to talk about the orange one. We're going to get to that a little bit later on.
But anyone acting like this is the nail in the coffin for their racist, prejudiced take on Carmelo Anthony, I mean, that's what it is. They're either low IQ or they're racist. As simple as that. Because at the end of the day, this.
Okay, Papa Bear, you heard what he said. If you're still putting the argument up, you're either low IQ or racist. I'm not gonna call you that, but I have to say this. Why would you put in the chat room here just now? He had a choice to never be in that tent in the first place, or leave the first time that they asked him. Did you not see the video? Or are you just talking from your own gut instinct? Have you never been to a track meet before, Papa Bear? Well, let me give you a little history. I didn't run track, but I attended asserts track meets. Why?
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard a person say. That's like saying if you get into a car accident, you should have known not to go down that street the day that you got the fucking car accident.
Okay. I could have broke it down no better than that. And it makes no difference who owns it. Right, South Park say, it's a school sanctioned event. Carmelo Anthony had a right to be in any particular spot under his feet or sitting on his ass at that school. That makes a difference where he was at, why he was at. He had a legitimate reason to be there. There was no place that was off limits to Carmelo Anthony or anyone else at that track event that day. Okay? Did you or did you not see the video, Papa Bear? So if you saw the video, you see that again. I don't want to go back to it, but you can go look for yourself. You will see there was a time that Carmelo Anthony, and I can't count how many other people, but they were sitting up under the tent just chopping it up with each other, and that went on for at least, I want to say, at a small estimate, 5 minutes before the Metcalf clan came up. That's all I'm saying. Look at it objectively. That's all we're asking you for. Look at it objectively. And
it's so crazy because teenagers like to they like to talk to people. When you get older, you stop talking to people but teenagers and little kids love to be around other kids. They love to be around other teenagers. That's what they do. That's their personality. They love to interact. That's what makes them who they are as teenagers and kids.
They're inquisitive by nature.
Period.
That's that. This video footage really doesn't prove anything. At the end of the day, it doesn't prove, I would argue, it doesn't prove self-defense and it doesn't prove murder. At bare minimum.
And that's the point that we're saying. It doesn't prove self-defense, and it doesn't prove murder. But what it does, shut down a whole lot of the narratives of who was the aggressor and who wasn't. That's what it does. No matter how you want to look at it, Papa Bear or anyone else, it may not prove murder, it may not prove self-defense, but what it does prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Carmelo Anthony was not the aggressor, regardless of whether he stabbed Austin Metaf or not. That part, if I was a defense attorney, that would be the end of
He really got a shitty defense attorney.
Yes, he did.
Because
yes.
a real defense attorney would have brought up all of the different things concerning these kids and these twins. And it would have been in court, and it would have been under oath and all those different things.
Right. Here it is, a pure butterfly. Even you with me and you talking, and we're being right. When you say we're being quite cordial to Papa Bear.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would have kicked him off because he's being. To me, I'm sorry.
Right. I'm being quite cordial to him when you think. But even though after that, Papa Bear, I'm still trying to be cordial with you. Either way, it was cold-blooded murder. No, it wasn't. That's how you feel about it. No, it did.
How's it cold-blooded when he only stabbed one time? Cold-blooded is somebody that intentionally went to murder somebody, and they can't, and because of their anger, they can't stop stabbing the person. That's cold-blooded.
Right. So, Papa Bear, what you're saying is, in order to fit your narrative right now, let me go ahead and give you the scenario that would have happened for you to be true. Carmelo Anthony would have had to wake up that morning, knew that he was going to run into the Metaf twins, knew that it was going to be raining, know that there was going to be 2 rain delays, know that during that second rain delay that he was going to be running up under that tent, that he was going to run into his partner named Eddie. Eddie was going to say, "What's up, Mello?" Dap him up. And then shortly after that, the Metaf twins was going to show up and tell him, "You can't be here." All that had to take place before he left that house in the morning. He had to make sure that all of those factors was in line for it to be cold, as Rick James, blooded.
You can honestly say, due to Austin no longer being here, manslaughter. That's what I was thinking, manslaughter. If both prosecution and defense were manslaughter at the end of the day.
I'm sorry, Pierre, say that again.
The most it can be is manslaughter because it was one stab wound, and once the aggressor stopped being aggressive towards him, he didn't continue. He didn't continue to stab him.
Right, and he didn't, and he absolutely did not. And again, I agree with the point of what the commentators say here. If they were going to charge him, at the most, they should have charged him with how do I say not unlawful manslaughter, however you get to whatever the charge would be, the formal the official wording of it would be. But I could see the grand jury and the prosecutor going into the court with that. I could literally see that. But murder, no.
No, it trips me out. 35 years is not even a sentence that they have given a lot of serial killers that have like preyed upon whoever their victims are and like perpetually went out murdering people and stuff. They don't even give them 35 years.
Right.
For multiple murders.
Right. We know of cases where there's been teenagers that's done harm to folks, and all they got was a slap on the wrist. What's the guy? I can't remember his name, but y'all remember the pretty young lady, Natalie Holloway? I think that's her name. She went missing in Aruba. She went missing in Aruba or something like that. Oh, the
white girl with the blonde hair?
Yes.
Okay.
And come to find out that the moms went over here looking for, come to find out the person that she was around. How old was Vander, whatever his last name is? How old was he when he did what he did to? He was
okay. Let me get this straight, because I think he was from Europe and he had done this before to other women in places that he has gone. He had gone.
Yes. And he Yes, he
Okay.
was a teenager. Right. He
I
was a
don't think he
teenager.
was a teenager though. No, I think he was in his 20s.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
You're
even
right.
think he was a teenager.
Right, but again, my point was to this is look how much benefit of the doubt that they wanted to give him, and come to find out he was the guy that did what that was the reason for that young lady's disappearance.
Yeah.
And if it not been for money, he would have been treated like just some regular second class. You did a murder, but because his folks had money, he was afforded the best lawyers and everything. And that's what I'm saying about Carmelo Anthony. If he would have had the right amount of money, he shouldn't have had a two-bit down the street shade tree lawyer like that trying to defend him.
Yeah, that lawyer didn't even try. That's the problem.
Right. Hey, what's up there, Wilbert Howard? How you doing? Nice to meet you. Folks, if you don't mind, please like, share, and subscribe to the video. Subscribe to the channel if you want to. I can't make you subscribe, but hey, I'm trying to keep myself in the algorithm, trying to build a fair and balanced channel here to where folks can come over and have actual dialogue without getting screamed at and cursed at, or in some cases, some folks still going to come in and use racial epithet. But let me tell y'all something, folks. I grew up around that. I grew up in Charleston and the surrounding areas of South Carolina. You can't get no more redneckness than some of the places that I've been. Okay. So the shit that I see down here in these chat rooms, seen it before, heard it before, know how to deal with you folks.
Yeah, I don't understand people not thinking that if you had a child that their life was in danger, that you would tell them to just go ahead and expire and die. Don't defend yourself. I don't know in what world that would happen.
I hope they don't have any more children. I hope they don't have any more children. Pure. Let's continue here.
Because there's no way you can say, oh, look, see, it proves it. No, it doesn't. It's very blurry. It's very grainy. You have the testimony of these kids who are inconsistent, something that the prosecution themselves.
See, where's he at? Is my man still in here? Papa Bear. See around that crowd over there. See under that tent right there. Somebody asked me how many tents was out there, but I only see one tent so far. Okay, it could be two, but I'm gonna go and check that out. But you see how under that tent, until those two bigger figures walked up there, how much peace and harmony was going on. There was nobody up under there screaming and yelling at each other until these two individuals walked up. Now tell me I don't see that. I might not see the faces, but tell me I did not see those two shadows walking up. And shortly after these two shadows walked up, tell me that the chaos didn't commence after that. Tell me that. Tell me I'm wrong about that. Regardless of what anyone else is saying, let's go with what your eyes see, or anybody else, what your eyes see in this video.
Even admitted to. So it really would have boiled down to who had the better narrative. That's it. Who had a better narrative? Who had a better argument? Who had the more convincing argument to sway the jury? And at the end of the day, it was the prosecution. You had people who were going to the courthouse, watching the trial, and saying that. They were saying prosecution is really on it. Prosecution is really on it. The defense is not really doing anything. Now we see why the jury came to that conclusion. We just had Rick Chow. Now, the case seemed to be open and shut. You shot somebody in the back, that's donezo, game over, right? But because the because the defense was so good at his job, what happens? They gave reasonable doubt.
Now, let me make a statement on that. Folks want to be mad at black excellence. Regardless of you believe the outcome of Rick Chow, the lawyer did his job. That's what you pay somebody for, to get me off. That's what lawyers do. They either stop you from going to jail or they putting you in jail. Rick Chow's lawyer stopped him from going to jail, although we know what he did was wrong. Go ahead, Pure.
No, Prism was right, because he should have had better lawyers. If everybody is outraged, they should have gave him or had money in his defense to give him a better defense. his defense was shit, man. It was garbage.
Absolutely. And why didn't I know I'm making light of this, but everybody was screaming at this lawyer that got Rick Chow. So let me ask all the folks, why are we after him? Why have we put this guy that got Rick Chow off on the Carmelo Anthony case? Huh? Why not? It's obvious that he got somebody off that shot somebody in the back for stealing water. Right? That chased somebody 130, 140, 150 yards. That's 2 football fields, folks.
Allegedly stealing water. They said he didn't even have the water.
Right, allegedly stealing water. And when he left from the video, we saw that he did not leave with his backpack. He was barehanded, but you still shot him. But the lawyer, the black lawyer, because he was so good at his job, he was able to convince 12 jurors that what Rick Chow did was justifiable. Now, let's talk about judges and lawyers. When the judge gave Carmelo Anthony bail, she had to go in literally into hiding. Why? Because you Sambo soldiers and you ignorants, like my man said, was sending the lady death threats, was sending the lady nasty grams. Because y'all didn't believe that Carmelo Anthony should have due process. That's what y'all believe. That's the only reason you could have went after the judge that granted him bail. Or, unlike some of y'all was saying, like Anton Daniels and Angry Man and a few of the others, the only reason the judge lowered his bail because he was black and broke. Well, if you're black and broke, do you buy a BMW or an expensive car for your son's 16th birthday if you're black and broke? Huh? What about it there, Pure? If you're black and broke.
Oh, I can't take anything that Angry Man and the rest of them motherfuckers say is legit. I can't. Sorry. I can't even give it an answer because none of the shit they say is it's all for money. Everything they do on fucking line, they get paid to change the narrative. So nah, they have no credit with me.
I know. Go and get your peppermint. Get that nasty taste out your mouth. I just put in it. I'm sorry. I can't even give them any kind of answer because I can't take them serious. Not a thing they say. I got you. Let's continue.
To a jury, Rick Chow gets freed. So at the end of the day, anyone who has an IQ above room temperature, any attorney who's competent and good at their job will tell you that really the facts and the evidence don't matter. What matters is how you use those facts and evidence to either defend your case or attack your opponents. Because you can look at a video and give a different context, and another person can look at a video and give a different context. Completely. You can look at the facts and evidence and see a completely different picture than someone else. And that's where we get into why it's so important to have good legal representation. But when we look at the flip side of this, we come to the Sambo soldiers. Now, what makes the Sambo soldiers so heinous is that they're not seeking truth. They're seeking to be anti-black.
That's dead on point right there, Ari. There you go. Those keyboard racists are pathetic, and that includes the Sambo soldiers. Because a lot of y'all, you're doing this just for the super chats and the cash apps. And Cellulite Podcast, I'm gonna put you in there because it seems to me they say that you can articulate yourself pretty well, and it seems to me you got a pretty good grasp on information. So I got to go with the point that the only reason that you're against Carmelo Anthony or the only reason that you jumped on the Trump train was for the money.
That's what you have to understand. And I won't even say that it's pro-white in some cases, because at some point in time, I used to believe that, hey, they were just, they were just, tap dancing for white people. Now, many of them are, but at the end of the day, what you have to understand, whether they're tap dancing for white people, Asians, whoever it is, who the common denominator is black people. And they will always be anti-black. And because of this anti-black sentiment, I mean, they get rewarded for it. And it's easy to see because when many of them, if you look at them, they're very uneducated and they're usually low IQ. They're usually inarticulate or there's some type of handicap that they have. And, you know, there's a racist base of people in this country that like to see that. They like to see, you know, a circus. they like to see the freaks at the circus and stuff like that. This is a common pastime of this lineage of evil. So when they get like a tantrum or when they get a conservative perspective or when they get these people, it's very much watching, like, oh, good job. This is awesome. This is really cool to see this. So when we look at, I think the Cartier family, it seems that they're doing like a Three Stooges type of thing. And what do they try to make it? They try to downplay, racism in this country. Oh, you think the white man can do all of this? Is that what you're saying? You think the white man can do all of this?
I told y'all. They really believe that the white man.
No, I seen a video.
You know what that means, though, guys? That they saying that white people in America got so much supremacy and so much power that a regular guy, hardworking guy like Jeff Metcalf could just go in the courtroom.
The mere fact that these two Yasser Boss and coons right here, these Sambo soldiers, as my man calls them, would get up on a platform and call Jeff Metcalf hardworking. You out your damn mind.
I mean, it's so obvious that it's a white supremacist system when you have Congress that will not fucking check Trump on anything Trump is doing so that they can go to their separate states and commit racial inequality in their states. So what the fuck is he talking about?
It's so obvious. And shout out to Sock Passe, man. Appreciate the Cash App, brother. Appreciate supporting the channel.
Excuse my language. I'm sorry.
No. First of all, I am a proponent of saying what's on your mind. One thing that if you ever run into me in my personal life, you ever run into any of my nieces, my nephews, my brothers and sisters, one thing they'll say about me is when he tells you to say what's on your mind, he means it. Don't hold your tongue for nobody. And I mean just that. Hold your tongue for no one.
I mean, we're living in a time where they're literally rolling back the rights of women, the rights of Black Americans, the rights of Hispanic Americans, and all of these different things that are happening. It's white supremacy.
Absolutely.
2.0.
Our brown brothers can't go outside, can't walk outside anywhere because they might get arrested by, hey, let me see your papers. No disrespect to my brown brothers and sisters, but now y'all know what we were talking about, huh?
Exactly. They got a taste of what happened to Black Americans for over 300 years plus.
Right. Remember when we be sitting around and we were telling y'all about this is history that our grandparents was telling on us that they had to show a piece of paper. Y'all thought we was kidding about that until it started happening to you and your ancestors.
Oh, it's going to happen to everybody because they're even telling American citizens they got to have their papers with them. They got to have their passport, that they don't trust their state ID no more.
Right. And the thing about this, Pure, what they'll say is, well, we only got criminals over in those concentration camps, but less than 5% of the people over there in those concentration camps have criminal records.
Exactly.
Less than 5.
And there's a bunch of citizens, and the problem is that our Supreme Court is not fucking checking these ICE agents and these facilities, and they're getting away with it right now. They're literally getting away with this.
Well, that's not the Supreme Court. That's the Yasser Boss court. That's what that is. That is not the Supreme Court. That's Clarence Thomas's Yasser Boss court. But let's speaking of Yasser Boss, look here. If y'all want to take a course in one-on-one crash course in Yasser Boss, listen to this.
And rig the courtroom for his white son and his white family
for the white jury.
Yeah, so he can prove that his son wasn't innocent, so he can just send this black away for the rest of his life.
I think that's ridiculous.
I miss you like a hog miss fly, like a baby miss mammy titty.
Now, in cases like this, you don't take the Three Stooges seriously, right? You have to acknowledge that the Three Stooges are doing what the Three Stooges do, right? They're not very, highly intelligent based off of their analysis of this case and constantly talking about, oh, the black people, bro, they just think the white man is doing all of this. That's not like some, high IQ take analysis of the country and its relationship with Black America. Like, there's nothing there. It's very superficial drivel.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
And that's what they get paid to put out. Because it has nothing to do with what the white man is in control of and what the white man can do, or whether or not you get to get poked upon pushing somebody. None of those are actual valid arguments. No one with an IQ of room temperature is saying upon you pushing someone, you should get poked. No one's saying.
No one's saying that. Again, that's what these guys are coming over here saying. They're saying that if somebody pushes you, and you didn't hear anyone say that. What we're saying is Carmelo Anthony, at the point in time of the altercation, felt threatened enough that he decided to go into his backpack and stop the aggression. That's what we're talking about. It's a matter of self-defense. And the video does not say whether it's self-defense, or it does not show proof positive that it's murder. But what it does show, again, and I say this with my entire chest, it does show that Carmelo Anthony was not the aggressor. It does show that.
That.
And what's up there, TL270? Welcome. Thank you.
What we are saying is, A, you should keep your hands to yourself. And B, you are not in charge of how someone else responds. You may not like how this person responds. You may think it's wrong, but we have to look into the eyes of this person. And when it comes to Carmelo, I've already gone through a lot of factors that weren't even brought up in case. The size discrepancy, right? Austin Metcalf's 6'1", over 200 pounds. Carmelo Anthony, 5'7" or so, under 140, soaking wet. Carmelo Anthony's sitting. Austin Metcalf is standing. That means he's towering over him. Another factor when they come to, it was in the chest. There is nothing in that video or anything proved in court that said it was intentionally lunged into the chest.
Nothing. So when you hear folks like the Angry Man, and you hear folks like Cellulite, and you hear folks like Raw B, and you hear folks like Omni, whatever his name is over there, all of you guys, that's Bad Duck, and all you guys sitting over in that panel is saying that Carmelo Anthony intentionally aimed for that kid's heart. You're wrong, because you don't know. You don't know. What they showed was an autopsy photo. Have any of you folks ever seen an autopsy photo before? It is gruesome. It is nasty. That's what they showed the jury. And any person that sees that would have a negative reaction to it. Wouldn't you, Pure Butterfly?
Well, yeah. If somebody's got a stab wound that caused their death, it's gonna have an effect on your brain. Come on now.
Okay.
There's nothing there, right?
But this is
all them. This is once again their bias.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pure.
No, but the point is that you have to have all the facts. All the facts need to be laid out for you as to why he would even have stabbed him in the first place. Like, he was in fear. Like, that was not even proven. Why he felt in fear. What was the reputation of the twins? Like, these twins had a reputation. That was, don't even get me started.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. All of that should have been brought into the court. But
because the photo is going to have an effect on you. You have to have something that, if you're a defense, you need to have something to counter what it is they're seeing.
Right, and the defense did not do anything to counter the human side of it. And folks saying that she should have put, to counter the human side of it, he should have put Carmelo Anthony on the stand. But there's more things that he could have done without putting Carmelo Anthony on the stand. He could have literally talked about how Carmelo Anthony saved someone's life. He could have literally gone into Carmelo Anthony's background and say, this was a good student, this was an A student, this kid did this. But from what I understand, I wasn't at the trial. I'm only going by the transcript that was out.
Yeah.
He did none of that.
Yeah, I don't think he got a fair shake with his lawyer and everything. He did not. And the fact that they didn't show right after the stabbing how his emotional state about it. They didn't show anything like that. The defense was bad. I'm sorry.
Bottom line. Let me address this. Hey, Ron Campson, 1098. Was you Jake 1098? Is that your jail record? So let me address your two questions rather quickly. I already did, but to stop you from having to scroll all the way back, let me answer this question for you again. So why did he have a knife? Judging by your first name, you are a man. So you're telling me throughout the time of you growing up, you never had a pocket knife, you never had a Swiss Army knife, you never had a buckskin knife, you never had any type of those knives that you just carried around you for no reason.
Ask him where he lives, because everybody in the Midwest and the South carry knives.
Right.
They all carry knives.
Right.
All the time.
Also, Ron, right, since we now figured out that you might have carried a knife, so you mean to tell me when you went to purchase said knife, your idea was to go buy a knife that you was going to kill somebody with, or buy a knife that you could possibly use as a tool? Maybe if you're from the country and you got horses, maybe you want to cut that string that's around the bale of hay, or maybe if you are, say, maybe you work in a warehouse, maybe you want to use that knife to cut a box open or cut down a box. Maybe there's all kind of reasons, or maybe
you go fishing and you need it in fishing. There's a whole bunch of reasons why people carry knives in the Midwest and in the South,
right,
in rural areas.
All kinds of reasons. So that was now let's talk to the track meet. It's obvious you don't know anything about track and field. So in some cases, especially when it's a rainy day, and it depends on, not the whole entire field. It's not, does not have asphalt on it, or it's not treated with that rubber, that substance that they run on. Parts of the field, especially the out part of the field, it's regular grass and it's regular dirt. So you might get grass and dirt in your cleats, stuck in your cleats. So you take that tool or that knife that you have and clean your cleats before you run your event. Mm-hmm. That would be a legitimate reason enough for him as a track athlete to have a knife in his backpack. Wouldn't you think so? Wouldn't you think so, Ron? And now let me address the next part. All those adults around, if Carmelo Anthony was causing such a problem, why did not one of the adults tell him to leave? You're not going back. Again, go back to some point of this video where it shows to where there was a crowd of people sitting on a bench there, Ron. Those crowd of people was not having arguments. They were engaged in some kind of dialogue. And chances are, it looks to me, even though I can't make out faces, looks like they were having just regular dialogue while the rain was there, until the two shadowy figures, the big figures, which we now identify as the Metcalf brothers. Why would they, as athletes, what would make you think that they have the authority to tell Carmelo Anthony to leave? Can you explain that, Ron? I'll give you some time while we listen to this.
Their prejudice coming out. But to act like someone who's coming off a shoulder injury, who has epilepsy, who is clearly nonviolent in this situation, who was clearly aggressed by Austin Metcalf, sitting down, not causing anything, didn't have any problems prior to Austin Metcalf, to act like he's some cold-blooded murderer is ludicrous. Unless, once again, you're low IQ or you're just racist, right? You hate black people.
That's true. That's true.
But to act like there is no way in God's green earth that he ever could feel that his body would possibly be in serious injury from the 6'1" linebacker is, come on.
Well, again, Ron, it seems to me that you've never run track before, because I guarantee you can go to anyone that's ran any track and field outlet and tell them that they have a cleaner, a cleat cleaner, whether it's plastic or whether it's metal. So that tells me right there that you only came over here to argue with me to prove me wrong. Not in no way try and find some common ground. You only came over here to prove me wrong. And I just proved you wrong. So let's play that.
I got a question for him that's in the chat room.
Sure.
Why did the twins try to tell him to leave? What was the point of that?
Can you answer that, Ron? What gave the twins authority to tell him to leave? Can you answer that, Ron? While we go ahead and play this.
Now, you got to be honest, but they can't be honest because they're too busy tap dancing. Beta. Another person we have who's nothing more than a bucket of stupid is Tantrum. He loves, in this clip criticizing black women and their hair and everything, but he never brings, a cogent argument. There is no cogent rebuttal. And you'll see this time and time again throughout this pattern because many of the black conservatives out there, they're very low IQ.
Very low IQ. And I'm not saying that you are, Ron, but this question right here is kind of low IQ. Did you see the knife? Did you see the particular thing that he had? It had a flashlight on it. It had all kinds of different little things on it. I would call it the updated version of the Swiss Army knife. So when you think Carmelo went and bought that, maybe his mom's bought it for him, maybe his dad bought it for him, maybe one of his uncles bought it for him. But do you really think he went and bought that as a tool to injure somebody with?
If I'm not mistaken, those type of knives have a pop opener. Like if you drink in bottle pop, it pop. Okay,
yes.
Pop bottle cap opener.
Yes. It's the like I said, it's the updated version of the Swiss Army knife. That's exactly what it was. So let me go ahead and answer some more of your questions before we. It seems to me that's what you are. There, Ron. We can have dialogue. No worries at all. I'm not saying you're being disrespectful. What I'm saying is you're trying to argue with me as if I don't have my facts or my guest up here that we're just whistling Dixie, that we're just spouting out our opinions. No, sir, we're talking facts. You can go look at the knife for yourself. It had several options of what he could use. So my question to you is, do you really believe that he went and bought that weapon just to take out Austin Metaf?
So they can't analyze a situation and give a cogent argument. They can't give a rebuttal, right? So what they do is they try to play on stereotypes. They try to play on talking points that they know is familiar with their white ignorant base.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
There is no thinking going on with many of these people. It's just regurgitation. That's what they are, nothing more than NPCs because they don't have the IQ to really formulate a thought of their own. That's why they go and regress and say, well, you know, black people aren't a monolith. Well, I'm a free thinker. Those are white talking points, that has been handed down to these people to be mouthpieces. That's it. So you have Tantrum talking about.
And if there's only one thing there, Mr. Lucas, that I would agree with you with, no, I disagree that that's a white talking point. I think that it's actual and factual. Black people are not monoliths, folks. It's more, if one size does not fit all. Just like white folks aren't a monolith, just like Latino folks aren't a monolith, one size did not fit all.
No.
So I don't think that's a white supremacist talking point. I think that's.
Are you ready?
Actually, go right ahead there, Chaos. I didn't know you were still here. Go right ahead.
Well, I'm trying to.
What you smoking? Let me get that.
No, man. It's a little short coat.
All right.
I would say this. To a lot of people that are watching the videos now, right? My biggest.
Your volume's a little bit low. I don't know if.
Hear me? It could be good. Oh, hold on.
Little bit. We need a little bit higher.
Sorry about that.
No, go right ahead. You're still low, but I can hear you. Go ahead, Chaos.
I was saying this. Personally, how I look at things, right? That they do these things intentionally because they're always looking for a reaction from our people.
What things? What? I don't mean to cut you off, but what things are you referring to?
For a reaction, like people gonna riot or do some silly things.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. They need this. What do they call it? They're looking for a reaction. Because I have not watched, I heard about it over the weekend. And it makes sense they do these things intentionally because they're looking for emotional reaction. I hope people are aware of this when they put out videos like, remember, they hit this video for almost a year and a half when it happened, when Carmelo did this. And they said there was cameras. Everybody had footage, but not one popped up on the internet. Ain't that something?
Right. Again, chaos. You bring up a valid point. Do you believe and prison? I mean, excuse me, pure butterfly. You can answer this question also. Do y'all believe that there was no cell phone footage there at all?
No.
Well, there clearly was, because somebody was talking to him when he was scared and crying right after it happened.
Right. What about you, chaos? Do you think there was no cell phone footage there at all?
There's always cell phones when there's fights or actions. Best example, X. You see all the footage. But here's the funny thing that people should move forward. Anytime you see something that's going to be of any scene, it should be broadcast on your social media. Now, you cannot depend on it to save on your phone, especially if it might be a criminal situation, because what happens is it's going to be on the internet immediately. You get me? If you keep your phone, what they're going to say, if there's law enforcement, they're going to have you confiscate or tell you delete that.
And chances are, if any of those folks had footage that could have helped the prosecutor or the defense, I agree with you. It would have been confiscated. It should have been logged in as evidence. But as I said earlier in this stream, there was one person out there claiming that they had this footage before it was public. And the question that was asked, how did you get it? If you had this footage before anyone else saw it, how did you get it? How did you bypass the chain of command to get a hold of this footage? Make sense? Let's continue.
Oh, there is no video of this and everything, and you just came up with it off the top of your head.
A picture at a party they having a time. There is an alleged post from Austin, from, of course, before he passed, that he had 2 assault rifles on his resting on himself in the car, saying that I dare one of the monkeys to come to this track meet today. But
the thing about this is, folks, you have to do your due diligence. When you're reporting something and when you're getting up on the screen, you have to get past your emotions. A lot of us would have took that video that we just saw and ran with it. But I can tell you that what she's saying is absolutely incorrect. Someone made an AI video of Hunter with some weapons. That has been debunked. That picture that's floating around with Hunter Metaf with weapons in his lap is not true. Now, like my man Amazing Lucas said here, if this guy, Officer Yasser Tatum, was thinking about being right, he had a layup. But instead, he was so hell-bent on disrespecting a black woman that he went for what they normally do, went for her hair. Listen.
But
Time out. They maybe it's that hair dye in her head, trying to be like white people. Your hair is not blonde, woman, and that dye seeking through and getting your brain messed up.
What?
Where you see a video of of Austin Metaf saying with an AR-15 said, "I want monkeys to come to the track meet." Where you get that at? You just made that up, sis, because y'all ain't got no facts on your side. You made it up.
Here's the funny part. First off, listening skills. She never said video, she said picture. So that's strike one. Secondly, there is a picture of what she's talking about, describing Austin Metaf and saying, "Oh, if you monkeys and everything." That's the second thing. The third thing is the picture was actually shown to be a fake. So the one time in his life that he actually has a layup, right? A layup in his hand, talking about, hey, she doesn't know what she's talking about. That's shown to be a fake. This is why misinformation is so dangerous. He doesn't even do it. What does he do? He mocks her and then tries to dismiss it, even though he's completely ignorant of what she's referring to. Goofy.
Absolutely. Again, he didn't do his due diligence. All he was looking for to prove his point, that according to him, that black women, especially black women, are emotional and dumb. Even though in this case, he had a layup. He could have used his little tropes. He could have still said his thing. And then it probably would have boasted his point to the audience. See, that picture is whatchamacallit. But when we showed a picture of some black kids pissing on Austin Metcalf's grave, obviously AI Y'all in white America went crazy over it. That's got to be true. That's got to be true. Look at them, how they disrespecting Austin already. Pissing on his grave. So you got to do your due diligence. You can't be for Carmelo. You can't be against Carmelo. You have to be on the side of truth. And sometimes truth don't get you what you want. Hey there, Bridget M. How you doing? Always a pleasure seeing you sitting up in the front row.
I miss you like a hog miss fly.
And then lastly, we have Black conservative perspective. Now, for whatever reason, he seems to, take a fancy to me. I don't know. He seems to like me or whatever. But he's trying to convince his audience that I believe that I'm more intelligent than I am. But in doing so, he shows how low IQ he actually is.
It's like watching zoo animals, right?
I miss you like a hog miss fly.
One of these individuals I think is a great example of somebody who believes that they're a lot smarter than they actually are. And I think that one of the best.
Now, before we get any farther with this, folks, I want y'all to tell me who you really believe is the dummy here. Who would you be more inclined to listen to? This guy on the screen or the amazing Lucas? Listen to this Yazabos clown try to articulate himself. Listen to this.
Signs of intelligence is somebody who really understands how smart they are, right? They understand, okay, I'm of average intelligence.
I'm back today to talk to you about how to correct a lisp.
I'm not the smartest, right? I'm not dumb, but I'm also not the smartest. That actually makes you smarter than an individual who otherwise is a smart person.
No, that's called reality, dummy. That's called reality. I would never consider myself dumb, but I also would not consider myself the smartest man on the planet, because one thing I love doing, I love learning. I love being able to put myself around smart people, intelligent people that can tell me something that I did not know. Who in their right mind, and I'm not disrespecting the undereducated or the less educated, but who in their right mind surrounds themselves with dummies other than the Trump regime? Who? If you had a science project, would you go find the dumbest person that you could find to help you out with the science project?
Right? But they think they're smarter than they are, right? That makes them dumber than they actually are. And I hope that people understand what I'm saying, because I think that perfectly defines the amazing Bob, who is not a very smart person, but he believes that he's smarter than he actually is, which makes him dumber than he is, even though he's not very smart in the first place.
Now, Greg, if you're watching.
Now, Lucas, let me take over. What you was trying to explain right there just now, sir, you was trying to say the amazing Lucas that's right here on the screen. I guess, you don't put the word amazing in front of your name unless you can back it up, right? So you're going to tell me that this man cannot articulate himself? Really? This man right here on the screen. So what's that say about me? That I would go find a dummy to solidify my point. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
I think he's articulating pretty well, and he's breaking it down pretty well.
Pretty damn well, don't you think? And it's not whether you agree or disagree. It's just it's an insight to what could be right or what could be wrong. Right?
I feel.
Okay.
This, I want you to Google one word, okay? Verbosity. Okay, can you do that for me, little buddy? This man spent 5 minutes, took multiple cuts, trying to sound intelligent while trying to put me down, and all the meantime, looking like a complete chipmunk. I mean, side note, does anyone...
Now, who does that remind you of? Don't that remind you of the folks in Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, The whole Trump, the whole Republican Party, when they have nothing else to fall back on, what do? Run the insults. Didn't we see that here today in the live stream itself? When they have nothing else to do, first of all, they accuse us of moving the goalposts, and then they accuse us of being racist. And then they say that we're not smart.
You know what's funny?
Go ahead.
I find it really hilarious that a lot of these women that voted against their own best interest and taking women's votes and things like that, like Marjorie Taylor Greene and stuff, now they have all got their asses handed to them by the Trump administration, where he finally let them know what he thinks about the women that he has pumped up to back him, his little defense dogs. And now where are they?
Running for cover, hiding out,
getting their position in Congress taken away.
Right, exactly. Be Hoka, bend over, head come. That's what Trump told all of y'all, but y'all didn't believe him. You didn't believe him. And I hate to liken this case to the Trump regime, but again, I can't help but do it.
They all go hand in hand. It all goes hand in hand.
Absolutely, it does. Let's continue.
Know what his issue is, right? Because it looks like his cheeks are swollen like a chipmunk. And from what I've heard is that he was actually born a woman. Oh. And that would explain, if we're going to be honest, that would explain like the pubes on his face that he tries to pass off as a beard. I genuinely do not know what's holding that cap on because I see no hair there. So I don't know. Maybe the hairline starts back there. I don't know.
Damn.
But that was a lot if you know TRT. That's why that would explain the patches in the beard and the malfigured face and everything. Just really weird looking individual.
You see it.
He's out of line, but he's right.
But besides the point, the word that he was trying to explain was Dunning-Kruger effect. That's
before he finished roasting him. That's why I let it go through, because you deserve this roast. And one thing that what the Sambo soldiers do, these so-called hood conservatives do, and these white supremacists do, the very first thing that they do, without fail, if they come after your intelligence, they believe that we as black people cannot read or write. And if you believe
not only going after their intelligence, what did the one guy say about the woman's having bleached blonde hair, that her hair dye affected her brain cells or something?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So they always resort to going after black women's looks in general. That's what they resort to when they can't win an intelligent fight.
Right, and that's all they have. It turns into an intellectual conversation to a grand troll rally. That's what it boils down to. Because you saw for a long time, as long as I responded to them, they kept coming. They kept coming with vigor and steam. As soon as we were dispatching them one by one, where they at now? Where they at? When they thought they couldn't come, when they found out they couldn't come in here, and they're not dealing with some uneducated folks, black or white.
That's what he spent 10 minutes trying to explain to his low IQ audience, is that Dunning-Kruger effect, is that this person thinks that they're more competent than what they actually are. I mean, the jokes write themselves at this point in time. But at the end of the day, anyone who's trying to frame black people defending Carmelo Anthony as, you're just defending him because he's black. No, that's what you guys do. As we see with Shiloh Hendricks, as we see with Daniel Penny, as we see with, what's his name? Chud the Builder, as we see hell even with Kyle Rittenhouse. Another factor that I brought up is that the only thing that caused Kyle Rittenhouse to get off was him going on the stand and him having that infamous moment of him. That's the only thing that got him off. Once again, questions arise. Why didn't they have Carmelo Anthony go to the stand? He could have very well explained the knife. Why did you bring it? And secondly, hey, what happened? Why did you fear that your life was in such serious bodily injury that you poked this guy, right? What was going through your head at that time? How did you come to that conclusion to use lethal force? Once again, The issue that I have is with the defense, because it's
Yep,
either,
me
as I
too.
said, gross.
And that's the issue that I'm having. A lot of folks got on me when I first said I have an issue with the parents. Why do you have an issue with the parents, Mr. Music? Because they hire that defense team. They allowed Charleston White and that guy that
I don't blame the parents for the defense team because they are
Hmm?
only going by they've never been put in this position before. They're trying to do the best thing for their kids. Somebody's telling them that this defense team or this person that's defending him is good for him and da 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 da. They've never been in the position in law to have a lawyer like that. And so I don't blame them at all for this, but I do blame the defense for not doing their job.
Okay, now I'll agree with you to a point. I'm gonna take one person out of that argument. Okay, the parents may not have known about the lawyer. They could have thought they was getting a top-rate lawyer. I'll give them that. But there was no reason to be in contact with Charleston White. There was no reason to have someone on your staff that had any kind of runs in with the law, especially for the kind of run-ins that he had. The parents in this case should have done their due diligence. Who is up around my son? Who will be defending him? Who will be the spokesman for my son as we go through this? Are you telling me, Pure, that that baby shaking guy was somebody that you would have put up in front?
No, but I also know that if you're a parent, I'm just telling you as a parent, thinking about all you know is your son is in jail and your son is a teenager and your son, all you know is you want to get him out, but you don't know how to do it because you've never been around this type of situation. Your son's never been in trouble before. So I get their mishaps when it comes to them finding good legal representation for him, but still in the same token, all the people that knew that he was about to be railroaded, why didn't you chip in and get a better defense for this kid?
I agree with you. To me, I think we have enough prominent black lawyers in this country that one black lawyer or even prominent lawyer, period, step up and take this case pro bono. From now seeing what we see, take it pro bono. And do you know, just like Johnny Cochran, and I'm not saying, you were going to get rewarded handsomely, but guess what? If you're the guy that was in the Carmelo Anthony case, there's going to be some notoriety that's going to come out of this for you. Just based on the case, whether you win or lose, you still took it pro bono. So you know what? You took this high profile case pro bono, knowing that you could have made millions and hundreds of dollars off of it. You didn't. So I'm in trouble and I'm willing to pay you. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I feel bad. I feel bad for him because 35 years for how this all played out. It's a tragedy. It's a justice tragedy, to be honest.
I agree with you 100%.
And I don't even think the judge should have allowed a 35-year sentence. Like what's up with the judge is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Hey there, L Boogie. How you doing? Great to see you as always. Welcome to the front row. Welcome. Always
Hey, L Boogie.
Appreciate the commentary that you always have. Well, folks, we're gonna leave the amazing Lucas. And I got one more thing. I didn't plan on being on this long, but I got one more thing I want to cover with you. I'm sure of y'all, a lot of y'all folks know who Dr. Richie is from Indisputable. And I don't know if you folks have heard about this story, but when I say racism is a part of America, I mean it. I don't care what color you are when you exhibit this racism or white supremacist tendencies, because you don't have to be white to exhibit or try to emulate racist tendencies or emulate racist tropes. And I'll say this before I move on to my last clip. Yesterday, I was watching Taz exclusive, little Father Day thing that he did over there, talking about fathers. And you always hear that how black men are teaching their children, their sons, especially their sons, violence. That's how they grow up. But if you go over to Taz Exclusive yesterday, and you will get a dose of reality. White men, that's how y'all teach y'all sons.
Didn't I say that when I first came on the panel?
That's right.
About
that's how y'all teach y'all sons. Y'all teach your sons to be nasty. Y'all teach your sons to be divisive. Y'all teach your sons that they are better than the average black and brown person walking around. And if Austin and Hunter or any other white kids walking around with that attitude, it might not have been Carmelo, but it would have been somebody that would have checked him sooner or later. Sooner or later, every bully has its day. Unfortunately for Austin Metaf, he met the one guy that was going to stop him from bullying.
Well, just know even more so, these white supremacist nationalists are teaching their sons even more about this, because now they think they've got the government on the run, and they think that now they can do what they want and they can bring things back to a time when nobody could go against them and nobody could fight against them legally or otherwise when they did injustices. So they're going to continue to teach these young boys how to do this. Just know that.
Yeah, it's passed down. But again, folks, and speaking of teaching, I don't know if you folks heard it or not. There was as they say in Blazing Saddles, there was a weekly cross burning somewhere in the United States. But the suspect wasn't a usual cross burner. Check this.
You about a cross burning in a public park for all to see. I'm going to remind you of the video. They now have identified the suspect, and the person who did it has spoken. Here it is.
What? In 2026, we are burning crosses. Whoa. That's crazy. That's insane. Oh my God. And it's controlled. It's like a control. This is a very controlled burn. I wonder if that dude said it because he was walking awful close to it.
At the time of original reporting, we brought you the person of interest. And let's put it back up full mast. Okay. This was in Grant Park, Chicago, in an update according to NBC Chicago News.
So what's up with all the black on black crime in Chicago, Chi-Town, that y'all was talking about? He don't look black to me. He look
Well,
black
did
to
you see that kid in California setting a fire? White kid?
No, I didn't see that.
Just recently?
Okay. All over the United States. But y'all quick to holler black on black crime. Is this not a crime? Burning a cross in public. We know the racial implications behind this cross, but check out the kid that you see on the screen right now, and I'm going to call him a kid because that's what he looks like. He says he didn't know about the historical implications behind this cross burning. He wasn't aware.
Really now?
That's what he says. Look.
This individual was arrested in connection with a cross burning in Chicago's popular park. The latest development comes just hours after NBC5 investigates identified through the investigation a 21-year-old University of Illinois Chicago student, Merlin Liu, who said he is the person in the photo released by police and who described what he did and why he did it. It was not immediate.
So y'all listen to what Merlin's going to tell him. Merlin Liu, he's obvious he's of Asian descent. Am I wrong with this? So no one can say that it's misreporting. No one can say that this is black on black crime. No one can say that the picture is doctored. This Asian kid set whatchamacallit on fire. Thought he was going to get away with it. Unfortunately, those people that you saw that was taking this video, that's where this picture came from. He was.
That's so crazy that an Asian kid would do that, because a lot of them don't know the history. They don't.
Clear if the person in custody was the same man interviewed by NBC5 Investigates. However, for several days, authorities said they were only searching for one person of interest, nobody else. In his interview with NBC Chicago's Chuck Goody, Merlin Liu said he knew the implications of a burning cross and had placed a MAGA hat atop the cross, explaining his motivation was to protest the Trump administration's injustice, not something racist. How did you land on a burning?
Yeah. You got to listen to everything. So this Chinese kid or this Asian kid said that he was protesting Trump. He couldn't have found no other way to protest the nastiness that Trump been doing than the burning crosses. That makes sense to y'all? That makes sense to anybody.
It's highly suspect. It's really strange. I mean, aside from him maybe going after Christian nationalists, but yeah, no, that doesn't even add up.
Okay, so if you wanted to strike a blow at MAGA, why wouldn't you just get a blow up doll of Trump, set it on fire, and put a MAGA hat on it? Or why would you not? Why would you not make a scarecrow, dress it up as a MAGA supporter, and set it on fire?
Yeah, that don't add up. None of that adds up.
None of it adds up. Welcome back, Prism. I thought you had gone to sleep already.
I was going to sleep, but can I say something?
Certainly, go right ahead.
Okay. So he did understand the history of the cross burning.
Of course he did.
So let me say this. How do you not know the history of cross burning but come up with the idea for it?
Of course. You just beat me
he
to
did
what I was
understand that history. So let me say this. Let me say this.
Go ahead.
Do I think all Asians understand the history of Black America or Blacks in America? No, I don't.
No, sure don't.
But do I think this particular person does? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it don't add up.
Of everything that you could have done, why would you pick a cross to burn?
Now,
so this came, Mr. DJ Music, this came around at the same time and let me say this, he looks about the age of all of us, like that would be on TikTok. So this came about the same time that Black people started saying they were going to do this Asian boycott. I think that he thinks he's smart. I think that he thinks he's smart enough. I think that he thinks he's more intelligent than the court system, that he can explain his way. I think he really thought about the way that if he got caught, that this would be his answer to it.
Yeah.
I don't really think it had anything to do with MAGA.
No.
I think it really has something to do with Black people.
Yeah, I think so too. And that he was just going to try to use MAGA to explain it away. Because now, Prism, I know you've attended some higher education courses, and Pure Butterfly, I can't speak of you. But I know one thing for sure, there's to get into college, there's some things you got to know. American history, correct me if I'm wrong, is one of them.
It is.
It used to be, but who knows under this new regime we're under? Used to be.
At least the basics of it, not the whole thing, but at least the basics.
American history is supposed to be taught.
Right.
But we know it's not taught completely truthful though.
Right. What about this, ladies? What about the outcry of the rampant crime in Chicago? Now, I don't know if y'all know this or not, but you heard Dr. Richard said he was doing an interview. He sat down with somebody. Matter of fact, let me play it. Y'all go ahead. Y'all are going to be astonished. Let's play it.
Cross, the interviewer posed, quote, "Just it came up to my head one day," Lou said. "I wanted to find something that I could do by myself, like no organization, no friends," okay? Quote, "I did know about this historical relevance beforehand, but I did not know the severity.
How? How was that possible?
So he didn't know of all the people that were burnt in the churches and all the things that happened. He didn't know about that.
How was that possible? How was that possible?
He did.
Yes, of course he did.
Yeah, he did. Because let's say this. So he put it in Grant Park. So I just looked up the demographics of people in Grant Park in downtown Chicago. 50 to 60% is white, 10 to 15% is black, 15 to 20% is Asian, and 7 to 10% is Hispanic Latino. So let me say this, and I'm not trying to give any weight to what's been going on, but he put it in an area where it was predominantly white. He thought he was going to get away with it, and potentially somebody white was going to get blamed for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, to me, that's the scenario that I came up with too. He thought by doing that black people was going to see it and they was going to blame somebody white for it. There was no way that they would connect an Asian kid to doing this. There's no way.
Yeah. It's a hate crime, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is.
So, I mean,
but let's finish.
He needs to be prosecuted. If I was the prosecutor, I would prosecute him to the fullest.
To the fullest. But
he wouldn't see the light of day for a while.
Okay. But there's more to this. Hold on.
How racially motivated it may seem from what I did, he said. Quote, cause my protest has nothing to do with race, nothing to do with gender. So the news interviewer poses the question, quote, should you have done it some other way? Lou responds, yeah, probably. Lou said he built the cross after carrying wooden slats from his near West Side apartment to Grant Park last Tuesday afternoon. He showed the red ball cap that he put on top of the beam and used lighter fluid and toilet paper to.
Oh no! This sounds more like him trying to frame Black Americans because of the red cap and all that, and trying to incite white people to. That's what that sounds like to me.
Well, that's again, that's what he did. That's why he put it in a predominantly white area.
So he was trying to incite white people against Black Americans. Is that that's what he was doing?
Yes. He knew that somebody white would get blamed for it, and Black America would say, "See what them white folks is doing up there at Grant Park."
See, and the part that gets me is said he built the cross,
and no one checked him.
He did it in his apartment, and he built the cross.
How did he get it from point A to point B? Okay, he put it. No one saw him dragging it out of his car.
No, he put it in slats. So what he did is when he got to the place, he assembled it over there. So you have to be.
Yeah, but he put a MAGA hat on it. So what he was trying to do is incite white supremacists, right? To go against Black Americans. Is that what he was doing? Because it doesn't sound like he was trying to frame a white person.
I think if they thought that if they saw that maybe somebody left a red MAGA cap there, they would think that it was a white person. That's just my thought. I don't know, but I can't think about being a criminal because I'm not a criminal. You understand, Ms. Butterfly? Yeah. He's a criminal. I'm not a criminal. I wouldn't think about doing anything like that.
No, it just doesn't add up. What he's saying doesn't add up.
It doesn't. It's for you to sit there. Let's think about this for a second. Why would I sit in my apartment or as a college student trying to get at the Trump administration by building a cross?
Right. Because we know that there is no religious affiliation, even though their mouth says it, to Christianity. We know there's none.
That cross is a rallying cry. So who he thought he was going to summon?
The people that used to burn crosses.
Okay. That cross is a rallying cry.
This kid is a. Let me tell you something.
Dumb as a bag of rocks to say he was in college.
When you're an arsonist, this won't be the first time and the last time we hear about this person.
Okay.
Well, we're already hearing about white arsonists in California that are MAGA, that are setting some of the forests on fire. So we got that going on. And then you got these white MAGA that have gone under the I don't know if you saw the videos of them going under the streets in New York. What were they doing? Coming out nefariously with costumes on and stuff, and you can see their hands. They're white. What are they doing? What were they trying to do? So they're trying to get shit started is where I'm getting at with this.
Yeah, there's a video that I sent to someone. It's by a guy. His name is Novara Media. And he has a video called "They Want a Racial Holy War: The Truth About the Military." And he does this conversation with Aaron Bastini meets Matt Kennard. I think that's an interesting video for you all to listen to.
Yeah, because we already know Pete Hegseth said he's trying to do a holy war in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And on the Middle East, he's trying to make the entire military free of black.
Oh, that part too. All the competent generals and stuff. Hey, we're going to be screwed in the United States. We really are.
Not going to be. Already are. But let's continue.
Well, with what he's doing to the military.
Let's continue. There's a little bit more to this story that I wanted to touch before we get out of here.
Hat to signify the MAGA hat, the Make America Great Again hat, he said. So that was what I tied on top, end quote. There's more. Lou said he was protesting what he calls MAGA Christian nationalist supporters and the Trump administration ruling class. Quote, he's just scamming people, Lou said, end quote, Lou said. Quote, we're just scam me out of my money, right? And I think that's a great reflection on how this country works right now, where money controls everything. Money has power over healthcare. Money has power over transportation, okay? Now, I'm going to give you the full context to this. Some of you may already find it confusing that the individual says this is not about race or racism, but he also said he understood the context for a burning cross. There's more. Last week, Lou sent a scripted video to NBC claiming responsibility for the.
Well, there you go, Prism. I don't think have you ever seen this video before today?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so there you go. Okay, she was absolutely right. That's why I wanted to let it play out. She's absolutely right. Now, I want you to think about this. The police had some idea of who did it. Once the NBC found out exactly who did it, instead of them calling the police, guess what they did? Hold on.
Cross burning, but saying he had no affiliation with the KKK. Apologizing to those who were offended. In the video, he also criticized Donald Trump. Quote, I don't want to wait till his term ends. He said, I don't want to wait until he may or may not get impeached. I want him gone right now, end quote. So the interviewer asked the question on that video, are you threatening him? Lou says, no. Interviewer, you said that you think he should be brought to an end. Lou says, I think no. I said he deserves to stand trial to the American people. Some paraphrase, I guess. But, and then the interviewer says, you use the word end. Lou says, that's what I mean by end. I don't mean like a civil war, if that's the imagery that you're trying to imagine. And now at this point, you start.
Again, how does all of that come into him using the word civil war? How does him talking about, do you want to see Donald Trump to it come into civil war?
Because Trump is just going to run off like a pussy, so he's not going to be in anything. It's everybody else in America that's going to be in this shit.
Yeah, to me, I think it's just really distraction. To me, I think this guy had
an
ulterior motive. Ulterior motive was to what's this guy named Mangione and the other guy that the so-called fake assassinate attempts with Trump. I think this one have been the guys that might have wanted to pull it through, but he wanted to make it seem like it was black people doing it.
All these assassination things are fake, though. None of them are real. Trump ain't never had a legitimate assassination attempt.
Yeah. I can't say I disagree with that, but that's a whole nother stream. But let's continue here.
To think, okay, all right. What is the intellectual capacity of the individual that the interviewer is talking with? I'm going to get into that in just a moment. The interviewer says, did you make it all go all the way through almost 4 years at UIC without somebody teaching you that a burning cross is one of the most divisive symbols in America? The interviewer is basically asking the question that you had in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
You've gotten through the college education at a major university.
All right, Dr. Richie, let me go ahead and frame it how I would ask. So you mean to tell me, with all this level of higher education, no one told you that the cross burning is a deep scar in American history? No one ever told you about the birth of a nation. No one ever told you about Mississippi burning and how black folks would find crosses burning in the yard and be targeted by the Klan. No one told you about that?
No, somebody did in college. If he was just a regular Asian person, maybe he didn't know, but he was in college. I know he knew.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. I can understand some people being ignorant to that. Maybe for those who just come in here, immigrants that have never attended or know too much about American history, may not know the significant historics behind that. I can understand that. But you in college.
Hey, Miss Sandy Simmons, I need you to go look up Project 2026. Something new is coming for women.
Yeah.
Oh, they remember I told you that they were smirking on mainstream media talking about they've gotten 75% of what they wanted done. The other 25 is going to be against women. It's going to be taking the 19th Amendment away. It's going to be all that.
Yeah. Stop looking at Project 2025. It's now Project 2026.
Mm-hmm.
Comes with a whole set of parameters now.
All that was in Project 2025 too, though. The framework of it.
Right, and they all just added to it. So Project 2025 is now morphed into Project 2026, and a whole lot more damage is coming with Project 2026. A whole lot more damage.
I'm encouraging women to start getting their resources together, and I really feel like you better do it quickly. I was smart.
The only thing I would say, Prism, that women in America, if you are between the ages of 20 and 45, get the fuck out of America. I'm sorry. This is how I feel. I don't care what race you are, because you are the resource for these white supremacists. Get out of America right now. Do not let yourself be a pawn, because it doesn't matter what kind of resource. Look at all of the women that have been in government, that they cut their jobs the first 6 months of Trump's administration,
and reallotted them to white men who are loyalists.
Period. Mm-hmm. So now it's not even about you getting your resources in America together. There's no point in trying in America. If you're a young woman within birthing ages, get out of America. I'm sorry.
Apple just created an Apple Watch for you to monitor your cycles. I'm telling women, do not purchase that watch.
Damn.
They're all in bed together. Do not purchase that watch. If you have an app on your phone that, I'm sorry, Mr. DJ Music, we just want to put this out here real quick.
Yeah, sorry about that. We changed the topic.
Go right ahead.
If you're monitoring your lady days and stuff like that, I need you to not use any more apps on your phone. Take all those apps off your phone.
They got to be careful about their doctors too, because the doctors are giving up their personal information.
Please go and use a calendar. Another thing, if you get your calendar together, I'm trying to think of what else. Because ladies, I'm telling you, get out. Because I saw the signs quickly and I was like, let me move. Let me go ahead and get myself over to another country. And that's what I did.
Yeah, and I suggest, I'm almost 60. I suggest any young woman, there's no way I can have any more babies. And I'm sticking it out for the long haul. And it's between me, God, and this country. You know what I'm saying? However, if you're a young woman, my suggestion is get out of America.
Okay. And that's coming from, I can't speak for the ladies, but y'all ladies, y'all hear these women, that's one that's older than you and one that sounds like a person you're pretty young. But you know, sounds like you're not even in this country. I don't want to guess at where you're at or what you're doing, but you know,
yeah, we're not gonna ask.
Right, take heed to the warning, ladies. It's not me telling you that.
Get out, and especially because let me say this: Black women are commodified. Our bodies have never belonged to us, no matter what we've done. Okay, I want you to think about this: your hair, your body, your weight. The fact that you were the producers for the slave trade, you continued. Black women for generations have been nothing but producers.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And now you have men online talking about, oh, now they don't want to even have babies. So today I was over on somebody. There's I think they're cousins that they married each other. They're two pro neonatalists, and these two people, I'm trying to figure out how they're still on YouTube. But I decided to reach out to someone. I'm not gonna give YouTube any more warning shots. What I'm gonna do is reach out to the teams of attorneys that sued them for the children's rights. It was something so disgusting. I want you, Mr. DJ Music, you guys can click on, just go kind of like, how you like somebody does, like when you do a video, it'll have that kind of, you'll see like the pre-advanced, like what the video might be about.
Yeah.
So when I clicked and not clicked on it, when I ran my cursor over it, it had anime on there. Okay. And anybody who's an anime fan, you know, it had FFF. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
See inside of me.
Mm-hmm.
See inside of me, and let's produce babies. This is outright like in the and so anybody can click on, a little kid could click on that.
Wow.
This is what these perverted neonatalists and conservative people are doing. So basically, they think women, the large majority of women that are in the United States right now are between the ages of, I believe it's 23 to 38. Okay, that's my demographic of ages of women. So we're the ones being targeted. Like I listened to that stuff with Delano Squires. He was talking about feminist women, anti-racist women, that's pro-Black women, and men. But his scope is all on women. So it's pro-Black women, feminist women, LGBT women, and atheist women, and women who believe in hoodoo, voodoo, all these other alternative thoughts of religion and spirituality. Because I'm not going to disrespect them at all, because every tree has a reason for why it has branches. And the other part was, I have so many things going on in my brain at one time.
It's a lot. It's a lot. And it's not, people call it, they call us as being fear mongering. I've been told I fear monger. I try to tell people and warn people, if Trump got in office, what we were going to go through. And sure enough, they voted for him anyways, and we're here. And now what is about to take place is not fear mongering. It is what they have planned.
Yes. Absolutely. They think they own your bodies. They feel like they can come into, and I'm going to say this. I was on some, like about a year ago, before David left Google. I told him that there was a group of Hebrew Israelites. Now, from what I understand, there's two different types of Hebrew Israelites. But like, again, if it's a tree and it has branches on, they all came from the same root.
I was married to a Hebrew Israelite. To me, they believe the same stuff, and what they believe in, is all you listen. This is a European setup for the Hebrew Israelites. They don't see it. because they believe in the King James version of the Bible, and that man was not what they or who he thought they were, that he was.
He was a homosexual. Hold on, but hold on. So there's a video that's over here on some of these Hebrew Israelites, and one of the things before Trump was voted in, these Hebrew Israelites said they can't wait for Trump to remove all of these barriers to them so that they can line up outside of your homes and rape every one of these black women. They want to.
I've heard him preach that on the street.
Yes, that's what they want to do to you. Don't let their commentary talking about relationships and all this stuff online. Don't let this stuff fool you, because these men are all the same in these groups and online. They're all the same.
Well, the Hebrew Israelites had been infiltrated, just like when people think about the feminist movement being infiltrated. All of these different groups have been infiltrated, and they are doing just like the angry man. They are doing what white supremacists want them to do. Period.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, you know what they're going to do to those men? These same black men who think
they're going to kill them.
They're going to eliminate you.
Yes.
And your families and all the people that you offended, they're going to be defend on their own.
And you know how they're going to justify that they got eliminated? They're going to say in the scriptures, it said 2/3 of Hebrew Israelites would be eliminated. And that's what they're going to run with.
Yeah.
They're going to agree with the elimination.
Right. One thing I do know about a tree, the part that you see above ground is grown the same way below ground. Grows the same.
Well, if they believe in Jesus, Jesus said no corrupt tree can produce fine fruit. So there you have that part.
But I'm telling women, like Mr. DJ Music, these women need to go underground. And I'm not trying to be funny. They don't have everything, y'all. There are certain places that the United States of America cannot get information from. There are certain email companies and certain things that they can't get information from. They're not part of anything. They will not allow you to get that information.
No, I agree with that too, but I'm still scared for these women because how fast this is moving right now. I'm scared for their futures. I really am.
Yes. Right. For the next 2 years, women in general are in danger. And let me say this. One of the other groups that Delano Squires talked about was married women who are supporting feminists. There's a lot of women in this space that are married women that are under the cover and protection of their husband, and they say that they are feminists and they're helping other single women. But if you really want to help single women, you would tell them to get out.
I'm saying this because of the way I see how things have moved in the last 2 years with this Project 2025, when we tried to warn people and they fucking said it was a hoax and all that shit, right? And how fast it's moving, and how you have the developers of Project 2025 smirking and smiling on public TV, public news channels, saying that they've already implemented 75% of what they wanted to get done.
Yes.
And there's absolutely no joke and jive, folks. We're definitely going to dive deeper into Project 2025 and 2026. I think that's when I'll start aiming my focus on. As you notice, I slowly but surely trying to bring it into the forefront, because I don't think I didn't know. I've heard of Delano Squires, to be quite honest with you, but I never dived deeper into him. But now that now that I know who he is and the threat that he really poses to us, you folks we gotta examine these guys. We gotta examine not only Project 2025, but the people who's actually amongst us that's running Project 2025, that's sitting in these same chat rooms. Like I said, these manosphere niggas with suits. We got to keep our eye on them.
I don't think the manosphere realize how much of a tool they are to white supremacy. I don't think they fully understand it.
I think they do. As long as they're making them super chats, I think they don't care. I think they do. I think they do realize it, because I hear them saying it. I heard BGS saying that Miss Pearly was going to take them to the promised land. Hey, BG, how you doing? Great to see you. Be safe while you're driving, all right? Both hands on the wheels. Both hands. Where we going today anyway, BG? But Pure. I've heard them say it that they know they expect that what's happening to them, the notoriety is to take them to mainstream, which is mainstream white America. That's where they want to be.
Well,
They
just
want to
know
be
that the
in place.
scraps they get in these super chats and the things that they're making off of YouTube, because I know that YouTube has now become a part of it, because YouTube is only pushing channels and allowing channels to go out, like these manosphere, big, huge manosphere channels. They have broken every rules and regulation of this forum, but they're still kicking and going strong. But you know who's not going strong? Anybody that opposes what Trump has done. Like, I've been censored on both my channels. I can't do lives on one of my channels for putting out what I have put out on Trump and this administration. Anybody that's doing it is being targeted right now. So just know that you are, right?
That's right.
And just, you have to go with the flow, right? So you can't have your live streams, you can't do your stuff, but just know that they're pushing these manosphere channels and allowing the manosphere channels, because they're doing what Project 2025 set out for them to do.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and finish this last little bit up here, ladies and gentlemen. Then I'm going to close on out for today.
And you have never understood this context. So Lou says, quote, "No, I don't really have any, I never grew up with religion. Never really surrounded myself with people with it. My childhood friends, I remember them going to confirmation and stuff like that. But, and then the interviewer says, but it's a symbol of the KKK. I mean, that is really where it started. Nobody ever taught you that? You never read it in a history book?" And then Lou says, "I just saw the Wikipedia page with the movie with the, I think it's called Under One Nation or something like that. The Birth of a Nation is a famous 1915 silent film that romanticized KKK and showed the cross burning." And so the interviewer says, "Was it a hate crime?" Lou says, "No." I'm just reading what was being said, everybody, okay? Lou said, "No, for sure not. In no way possible was that a hate crime. I understand why it was interpreted that way, and I apologize for that. But no, the intent was not there. The FBI and Chicago police will determine that and what charges may be filed." Lou said his parents had encouraged him to surrender and offered to provide an attorney, but he said no. He told the interviewer he was thinking of turning himself in, but it's unclear if he did that. All right, I'll let you decide.
Now, I want y'all to understand something. Now, if y'all heard that last little bit right there, he was thinking to the interview, even though the mom, the dad, and the police department knew that who they were looking for. He had time to go and get an interview before he went to jail. Let that make sense. He had time to do a sit down. You think that'd have been me that set that cross burning?
No.
At Martha's Vineyard? You think I would have had time for a sit down to explain to the interviewer why I thought it wasn't racist?
He's a part of the controlled chaos.
Okay.
We know that the FBI we're under and everything right now you cannot trust. So there you have that part. The FBI is not going after serial killers and anything. They're going after political opposition. So there's that part.
Well, what do you expect with someone with Kash Patel at the helm? What do you expect?
No, I mean, I get it. I expect that. But what I'm saying is, for others who think that they're going to go and try and catch serial killers and people that are doing the wrong things in America, that's not what they're about now. It is literally vengeance against the opposite political party.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Prism, I'll start with you. I know it's early in the morning, late in the morning in your area. I'll give you the final word. Go right ahead.
Who?
Prism, are you still here?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I was talking to someone.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, Mr. DJ Music, thank you for your continued dialogues. Miss Pure, how many women come to your channel when they talk? A lot?
Actually, not anymore. No. my channel has been censored, and there's a lot of stuff. I still do what I do. But no, I really don't want women to come to my channel. I don't want them to be a target. I say what I say, listen to what I might have to say, but don't fucking comment. I don't want women to comment. I want them to keep it on the hush hush. I don't want women to be a target, period.
Yeah. Ladies, we need to move smarter. That's probably my final word. Move smart, think ahead, and get your money together and get out. Get out.
Yeah, get out. There's more opportunity right now in foreign countries than what America is willing to have open for women at this time. And when these men see that because when this stuff was happening, 45% of the women wanted to leave the country. Do you know what would happen if 45% of the women left this country?
We already have a group of 65,000 that have already left.
Okay, but then we need millions.
More women to leave.
We need millions of women to leave this country right now.
Yes, we do. Millions.
I'll agree wholeheartedly with that. Listen, we can't tell folks what to do. We can only point you in the right direction. Pure, any last words for you?
Just want to say thank you, and I'm glad that you are not fearful of, retaliation. You stand as a real man, and I appreciate that. That's it.
And thank you very much. And to me personally, I'll speak on that personally. I think I come from a different generation to where I'm used to, as John Lewis would say, I'm used to the good fight. You can't be scared of everything.
No.
And sometimes you have
you can only die once. And believe me, if you believe in God like people claim they do, there is a resurrection for people.
That's right. It absolutely is. And again, with this Carmelo Anthony situation, ladies and gentlemen, do I think Carmelo Anthony should be where he's at? No, I don't.
No, I don't either. I don't think he got a good defense at all.
No, I don't think so. Just based on that, I'm not saying that the video footage that we saw, whether it leans one way or the other, but in the eyes of justice, if justice is blind, at least let's see if justice is right. In this case, we got enough footage and we got enough commentary from both sides to say that maybe we should do this again. Maybe we should look at this from all angles, right? Because I don't think it was. You can agree or disagree, but I noticed those folks that came in here to disagree, they didn't come with facts. They only came with insults. You're not going to win when you come at me or anyone else that comes up on this panel, because I think everybody that comes up here now knows how I operate. I don't deal in rhetoric. I don't deal in bullshit. So, thank you.
Mr. DJ,
sure.
When you end the show, can me and Miss Pure stay behind the scene and just talk for a second?
Sure. At that, I'll leave it open.
I'm gonna give her some information. Okay.
Okay. All right. I'll leave it open after that. So you guys, I'll bring them back on the screen after that. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank y'all so very much for hanging out with me. Artie, Sandy. Who else in here? Of course, the ladies on the screen, Pure Butterfly and Prism. Thank you. Sharice, thank you. Miss Brewster. And I love that Brewster's ice cream. That some people, the 31 flavors, I like Brewster's myself. The ABT, of course, I always love having you here. Bridget M. I'm just scrolling down, seeing some of the folks. Sock Passe, thank you so very much. And Prism, again, thank you for the stream, the donation to the stream. Thank you so very much. Again, folks, I won't ask for your donations, but I will ask you for is to like, share, or subscribe. And if you do want to make a donation, by all means, I'm a part of the Autism Speaks Foundation, and you can go over and find me over there and make a donation in my name or my son's name. I'm not hard to find when you go over there, okay? So with that, everybody have a safe day. Watch your 3, your 6, your 9. The grace of day cost you nothing, folks. Say hello to someone. Might change the way they're thinking. Might change the way they're living. Have a great day, folks, and I'll see y'all with the next installment of The Chop Shop.
Look, all you motherfuckers been snitching for him and shit. Well, now you standing up in here and goddamn it talking about preach it, preacher, preach it, preacher. Fuck that nigga. Fuck that. I'm gonna shoot your ass too, motherfucker. Keep going. You gonna get shot too, nigga. You gonna get shot. God bless the fool, goddammit. God bless the fool. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna end this goddamn thing. Look, where's that goddamn money bowl at? Who got that money bowl? We're taking that money right now before you leave this bitch. We ain't leaving out here for free, mother. Yeah. Yeah. Y'all know the motherfucker ain't no good. You want, look,